Okay, the mic's on now. What's up, Rose? Good to see you, dude. How you doing? I hope things are going well with you. I am very much working on bringing the Chill Sunday streams back. Partially because of the break. It's just weird. There's just so much stuff going on right now. But what's up? How's it going? Good to see you. I don't know why my camera settings are wrong. They appear wrong. I'm glowing for some reason, but I don't care to fix it right now. I shouldn't be this overexposed. I'm kind of yellow. I've been drinking a little bit, guys. This is what late stage jaundice looks like. No, I'm kidding. I don't remember the last time I had an alcoholic drink, actually. I'm good. Glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. I went through like a rough mental spot for like 2 weeks, but I'm good now. Interesting that it happened during Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. But yeah, I'm much better. I'm glad to hear you're good too. I am starving. I have not eaten all day. In fact, that was like I get like gastrointestinal issues sometimes, and not eating can cause them because I get like gas and stuff bubbling up. So we're gonna eat right now. I've done a lot of manual labor today and not eaten anything. So my body is rebelling. Let me get this video started. And I'm gonna start stuffing my face. I'm glad to hear you good though, Rose. I'm planning really hard to get the Chill Sunday streams back. I don't know if it's gonna happen next week, but hopefully the week after that. This week I gotta spend a couple days catching up on all this shit that I let slip. All the shit that I let slip while I was in the void. So it took me like 2 days to mow the grass. It was so long. Now, part of it was one of my cousins, I guess technically a cousin. He's more like an uncle to me, but my dad's brothers are really spread out. So like one of my cousins is about equivalent to my uncle, and I'm the same age as his children. It was my cousin's birthday, and went over to his place, and then I mowed the lawn after that. And then I woke up and finished the lawn today. And I brushed my hair. It took me like 2 hours to brush all the knots out of my hair. I was like in such a state that I was starting to get natural dreads. I'll just let you infer what you need from there. We're gonna watch this video though. Apparently Liver King's going through it too. I was starving. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I've been there too. A lot of people don't know what true hunger is. They think being hungry is just not being full, but no, there's levels to that shit. I hope you're not starving anymore. I'm gonna actually stuff my face. Let's listen to how Liver King destroyed his life. I heard about this, but I haven't watched the video yet. I've literally been waiting 5 days to watch this video. I'm glad I'm back at it.
This album
I've had this up in a tab for 5 days, just like waiting for my fucking brain to work right so I could do this streaming shit again, you know?
Tucker just destroyed his life for threatening the life of the largest podcaster.
Good to be
and
back.
This might be one of the most insane stories that we've covered this year, because he was just arrested in Austin, Texas, then immediately on release doubled down.
I actually don't want to say any details nor any names. That's how you get ready for it.
I don't know what happened. All I know is that something happened where like Liver King was threatening and stalking Joe Rogan or something like that. Like, what the hell?
A fight. And you thought the videos would stop, but they will never stop because, when you fight out of a principle, you got an infinite amount of venom.
So meet
Man, you
Brian
got
Johnson,
no
who's known as
principles.
The Liver King online. The Liver King, he went viral mid-pandemic for essentially making shocking content of him eating raw liver and organs and doing a whole bunch of other disgusting stuff, and claiming that his whole physique came from this insane diet that he was documenting for the internet.
It was all a lie. If you can't tell from his fucking shoulders and his nose, The dude is on more steroids than an entire football team. Speedway croissants, those sound good, you know? I've never had Speedway croissants. I don't know if there's a Speedway anywhere near me. But like, yo, gas station food fucks sometimes. Get-Go doesn't count as a normal gas station for me because it's literally owned by a grocery store. It's owned by Giant Eagle, and like they legit have like grocery store food. Like it's just way too fucking good. It utterly blows like sheets out of the water. But what I meant to say was Kogo's. The best pepperoni roll I have ever had in my life came from a Kogo's. I was like, what the fuck? Why? Well, no, the second best. Well, I guess you could say third best, but like technically the best comes from an Italian store. No, it's the third best. Yeah. So the best comes from an Italian store in Pittsburgh named Labriola's. The second best I've ever had came from, I don't know what organization it is, but there's a group that would do like those, you know, the kids do the fundraising, those fundraising pepperoni rolls. Dude, they have these ones that are spicy, have spicy cheese in them. I don't know why, but they're so good. Some days I feel like they're better than the Labriola's pepperoni rolls, but the Labriola's pepperoni rolls, that's like the real legit shit. I gotta show you this. I miss so many little things about Pittsburgh, and Labriola's is one of them. Labriola's pepperoni rolls. Dude, look at these things. They're so good. I need one of these right now. Now, the gas station one didn't look anything like that. It was like long and skinny. Let's see if I can find a Kogo's pepperoni roll. Do they have videos of this? They're so good. Our Pittsburgh. See? Images. We got a 90. Yeah, I think it's this one. People said Cohen is the same market. Dude, they're actually like low-key fire for fucking gas station food. I don't get it. The gas station food could be so good. And I love croissants. The breakfast sandwich that I get, I get the not well. Right now, I actually have Jimmy Dean because I went to the Giant Eagle last time. But normally I get the Aldi's and I get the sausage, egg, and cheese croissants. Croissants, the best type of sandwich bread, pretty much.
See, this caught a lot of people's attention, including Danny Gonzalez, that made a few videos on him that gained over 20 million views. But these were really just kind of like poking fun at how bizarre he is and his diet. The elephant in the room really was nothing about the Liver King looked natural, but the Liver King would go on and on about how he in fact was natural.
The answer to that is no. I've always told the truth. I still tell the truth. I've never taken steroids. You can do the same thing with the 9 ancestral tenants. The short answer is no. I don't touch this stuff.
And this was really propelling his supplement companies at the time because people saw his insane physique he claimed was from eating raw liver and organs, but 99% of the people, they don't want to eat raw liver and organs. So his whole value prop with these supplement companies here was, here's a pill with dried liver and organs that you can eat, and just like that, you can get this crazy physique. And while high quality organ supplements can be a great source of key vitamins and minerals, you're not getting that level of physique in your late 40s unless you're running a whole lot of gear. But
Yeah.
I guess people let that
I forget who exactly it was, but there were numerous other fitness influencers that have experience, you know, like actual bodybuilders and shit, that they mentioned some of the traits that were like obvious juice use traits. I think one of them is like the like kind of maybe the nose. I think someone said there's like small things. One of them is I think the shoulders specific. There's certain muscles and areas where you get musculature that only happen if you're on roids. Like unless it's like a very rare extreme case.
physique. And while high quality organ supplements can be a great source of key vitamins and minerals, you're not getting that level of physique in your late 40s unless you're running a whole lot of gear. But I guess people let that answer slide for a while until Derek from the YouTube channel More Plates More Dates dropped this bombshell of a video where he leaked the Liver King is essentially a walking pharmacy.
Here's what I'm currently taking. So here's this stack: IGF-1 LR3, CJC with IMAP, Ibutamoren, Omnitrope, Testosterone Cypionate, Deca, Nandrolone Decanoate, Winstrol.
I mean, with a stack like that, one can only really say that he's more deserving of the Pharma Bro title than Martin Shkreli. But when that happens, the Liver King then made an apology video, essentially saying, sorry I got caught. And then he started deflecting with men's mental health.
Why do I do them?
Dude,
When I
this
talk
video
about
was
that
so cringe.
85% of the
I
population
remember
that
watching
suffers
this.
from self-esteem issues. That's me. I'm part of that statistic. This is why I work myself to death in the gym. This is why I do 12 to 15
Just fucking
blood-burning workouts a week, just to feel like I'm
bitch
okay.
ass,
Feel I have to absolutely
whiny
trust myself
bitch
to
boy
do so.
shit.
And I'm wrecked physically.
I don't care about your fucking excuses. You lied to us, man.
Profound and significant way. And
I mean,
still,
not
I
really.
believe
Like, yeah, he
the
lied
path
to
paradise
us, the
is
internet,
paved in
the collective
Now,
we.
honestly,
I've
him
never been a
saying
Liver
that,
King
that's
fan.
a massive switch
But,
from just a few months ago where he was previously calling
What a
anyone
piece of
calling
shit.
him out
I need to turn the
subprime.
mic up a
But
bit, don't I?
essentially,
Look at
it
that.
seems
All
like
right.
things have slowly gone downhill from here since this all happened. His companies were sued for $25 million for deceptive marketing due to his
I'm
steroid
sure.
controversy. And obviously, there was plenty of people, including commentary channels and podcasts, that talked about the situation. But it was Joe Rogan having Derek on his podcast that really struck a nerve with the Liver King.
That's what I get when I
Oh.
That's all feasible and possible. Now, please go to the
Yeah,
Liver King.
like, look at it.
Please show me some preposterous Liver King physiology.
Oh, he has. Have you seen his apology?
No, I haven't. I
Oh,
want to
dude.
watch it. He comes clean on steroids. I f***ed up.
I don't know if you guys are able
I
to
just want to
watch
see his
the.
images, though. I want to see some images of his
Okay.
body, because his body is just so off the charts, ridiculously massive.
And if that wasn't enough of a blow, Joe then said this about having him on the podcast.
Yeah.
He was front row at one of my shows in Vegas
Oh damn.
at the MGM. Yeah, and then I saw him again at the Canelo fight. He was trying really hard to get on the podcast. And
Really?
he's trying really hard to get on now. He contacted a few friends of mine, and some of them that have, like Bert Kreischer, that had him on the show.
Yeah, he told me he's trying to get on.
Yeah, for what? For what? Say that more? Like,
Excuse
come on,
me.
this is dumb, man. This is and you ran a con game and you got busted.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that you feel terrible. I'm sorry you feel bad, because that's just what happens when you get caught lying. But you didn't have to lie.
And remember what Joe said there, because it becomes more important later on in the story. But now for the recent Liver King crash up, because just the other day, the Liver King started posting some pretty concerning videos after essentially
So I guess that's what started. I didn't know Joe had said anything about the Liver King, but I guess it makes sense. Joe talks about everything, right? I used to watch a bodybuilder on YouTube, but I don't remember his user. There's like, I don't watch any on YouTube, but there's some Instagram people I follow. So one of them I used to work with. I used to do landscaping with this guy. I've been deleting stuff on the search. I used to follow. Oh, it's literally like David Draymond that's left. So I'm not even that worried about it. I wasn't following David Draymond, and he recently has had some comments about some stuff. But one of the things I did while I was gone was I like unfollowed the OnlyFans girls I was following on Instagram. So I wasn't sure what my search was gonna be, because one of them, one of them was K Jane Karen or whatever her name was. But let's see. So Seth Feroci, I don't know exactly how to say his last name. He was just in my phone as Seth Muscles. I used to do landscaping with this guy sometimes when I worked at an apartment complex. I was a maintenance guy there, and he would come and do the landscaping. So sometimes I'd go help him out, rake leaves and stuff, just help him get through. Really chill, awesome, wholesome dude. He loves his kids more than anything in the world. I absolutely love this guy. Let's see. There is what's her name? Ashley Smashley. Right here. I absolutely love her content. She's also 420 friendly. Totally badass 420 friendly lifter chick. Also a geek. She doesn't really do it much anymore, but she does like, she did stream on Twitch for a while, but I haven't seen her on Twitch in forever. No, Charlie, I'm eating right now. Get down. She like paints shoes for people for commissions. What are you doing, cat? He's like trying to get into the water. Super talented, awesome person. Do I know any other? So I had a fitness supplement. I still do technically, but I don't know if it's working. Barbie, yeah, Barbell Barbie. Another one. I think this person also had it through the same company for a while. It doesn't look like she still does anymore. At least it's not on her account anymore. Mine definitely was, but that's another fitness influencer I follow. Is mine still on my account? It is. Look at that. FedX. Dude, this stuff is so good. Oh, do my links not work? Or do I need to move it down here? Whatever. Your connection is not private. Okay. So we're just going to end that now because I don't know why the connection isn't private. Oh, my website connection. I see. I need to update the SSL, but that's fine because the hosting's down anyways. Anyways, there's a bunch of really cool. Let's see. There's one other one at least. Let me look through my followers real quick. Some people I follow are people I know IRL, so I just don't want to throw everyone's name up there on the stream like that. I gotta go through. I've got messages I need to catch up with. I feel like there's at least one other lifter I still follow. Oh, this one was a recent one. I think they followed me and I just followed them back. JFit does lifting stuff too. Just like, I like seeing that stuff on my Instagram timeline because it gets me motivated to get back into shape, you know? I'm not exactly into shape anymore. What the fuck?
Actually falling off the face of the earth for the past year.
More importantly, I'm picking a fight with Joe Rogan.
Why?
I'm picking a fight. I am. Because it's out of principle. I'm not going to go fight with
What happened to your face?
this guy. Do you see? I don't know. Hopefully you can see. Do you see that guy? Can you see him? That's him. I'm picking a fight with him because I think that it matters to me. It matters to me.
I mean, this video is a trip. He started.
That's
it by
just
saying, "Hey,
nonsense."
I'm just playing Mario Kart with my son." Then suddenly he announces that he wants to pick a fight with Joe Rogan. Like it's.
I think the dude is
Dude, if you don't want to be
mentally
laughed at,
deteriorating.
don't build your brand on lies, deception, and theatrical cringe. Either way, this is kind of coming out of nowhere now, especially considering that podcast that we saw of Joe Rogan talking about him. That was about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I guess he's just been
That makes
cooking on this for a
no
long time.
sense.
Because oh boy, does this man continue.
What I'm hoping is that you, Joe Rogan, are thinking, I'm going to choke that motherfucker out, lights out. I'm going to choke him out. And I kind of hope that if you win, that's how it happens. Because, like, to wake up from that dream, that's a good feeling. And then anything else that you could break on me, break it on me. I hope that you won't feel me tap. That's never happening, tapping. Because I have something actually to fight for. Actually, that's my family. I have a principle to fight for.
Yeah, he might.
The
have
dude is on
acquired a
drugs.
Parasite from all that raw meat he's been eating. Obviously, this is super concerning, as he clearly isn't mentally well. There's a lot of people speculating that he's on some uppers here, but who knows? Because he keeps going.
Those face wounds and stuff, man. That's like,
I take on the ground.
see that on drug users a lot.
I lay it on the ground. That's my enema bucket. That's my enema bucket right there.
I don't know what's more disturbing.
What?
Him while laying in the shower or him making these videos?
I'm pretty certain when I'm done tearing Joe Rogan and his these other guys, you know, I'm done talking about them. I think they're gonna look at me differently, feel a little different.
Yeah, I mean, this dude is letting his ego and pride destroy his life. So he's currently threatening Joe Rogan, More Plates, More Dates, and John Bravo. Joe Rogan, I guess, for
So
having
John
his hero
Bravo,
laugh at him. More
awesome,
Plates, More
but,
Dates for exposing him for not being natural.
I keep forgetting to follow that guy. I want to follow the John Bravo
this dude
guy.
is letting
The
his
John
ego
Bravo
and pride destroy his
guy
life.
does all
So
kinds of
he's
exposing
currently threatening
influencers.
Joe Rogan,
Let me do
More
that
Plates,
right
More
now.
Dates, and John Bravo. Joe Rogan, I guess, for having his hero laugh at him.
So, honestly, looking at that closer now, it looks like actual mental deterioration or drug addiction rather than, excuse me, rather than just like him being mad, you know? Like, the dude was struggling to put a thought together and mumbling and slurring in the second
Plates,
clip.
More Dates for exposing him for not being natural, and I guess John Bravo, I'm assuming, for covering him in detail.
Record anything and everything. Because Joe Rogan, we don't have to make videos to pretend anymore. All of this is happening. We're coming to you. I've challenged you man to man to a fight. Honorable. And we don't have to pretend or make any videos. The world is watching. They'll make the videos for us. And you don't have to hold a camera. You can hold the hand of somebody that you love, because what happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling. You're going to need something more than what you
What
did
the fuck is he talking about?
to give you something to fight for, because I have my family to fight for. And I'll die for them, you know that. And you're a black belt, but you've never come across something like this. Willing to die, hoping you'll get choking out. I pray to God, because that's a dream come true. It feels good.
I don't see why he thinks Joe Rogan would ever want to fight him, but he is definitely determined to fight him.
Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out. My name's Liberty. Man to man. I'm picking a fight with you. Yeah. I have zero training in jiu-jitsu. You're a black belt. You should dismantle.
Bro, why you got your guns out? That doesn't make you cool.
Your rule. Whatever you want me to weigh, I'll weigh it. I weighed 190 this morning. I'll come to you whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready to go. I'm on a vibration plate, by the way. That's what I'm chasing.
It just makes me nervous.
And just like that, he rides off to Austin, Texas.
And I'm a
The
firearms
ancestral
instructor, and the
and
way
by
he was holding those
ancestral
things
way,
made
I'm
me
talking about a
nervous.
Convoy of G-Wagons, obviously.
What is going on in the world right now? This is insane.
I mean,
This
the
is
dude
actually
inches away
insane.
from going to the potion cellar.
I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions.
No, wait, actually. See, he's not even on the Walter White special. He actually just didn't take the potion seller's warning, and he's clearly just off his rocker on those potions.
You can't handle my potions. They're too strong for you.
So anyway, dude's off the potions. He's headed to battle in Austin, Texas. What could go wrong?
Just pulling up to the capital of Texas. What's the capital of Texas? What's the capital of Texas? Houston. It's Houston. Guess what? You're dead, bitch. You're dead.
Well, apparently a lot could go wrong because the police show up as he spent the last couple of days saying that he's going to fight and end Joe Rogan. He says he's carrying around a box as a gift for Joe Rogan, and he travels to the city to then fight and end Joe Rogan. Overall, not a good look.
Yeah.
I'm now recording while dealing with the cops outside.
God damn, this took a while. I'm so sorry. I take it back. God, thank you. Perfect amount of resistance. So you're just picking up where we're leaving off. So I just need to put stuff on. Just put stuff, because they're not gonna take me naked.
You
Are
want
they?
the green?
No.
The green is better.
The green is.
Whatever you gave me is perfect, Queen. can I put my shoes on and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you need a new patch or anything,
You should record anything and everything. And when I go to the bat, Justin's recording Fitzpatrick. He's got the most beautiful wife in the world. You wouldn't want to take most of them to prison.
Yeah, I just realized this guy made merch of this Joe Rogan versus Liver King fight that he's just trying to psychopathically manifest. Whatever
What is
this guy's
going
cameraman
on?
is being paid is too low.
I don't know about that. The cameraman gets a front seat to all of this. Shit, I'd pay to be his cameraman. No, I'm kidding. Of course not. I wouldn't pay money for this. But
Mind, don't ask me what I need. I'll say what I need from whomever I need it to, and I'm going to also do everything that I can with the amount of time I'll try and explain the least amount that I'm going to. We agreed on 12, correct?
12 minutes, correct.
There's 12 ancestral tenants, you know that?
I do.
Yeah. They're actually principles. Principles. And I asked another man how much time I have it. He said none, zero. Yeah, it's just thinking I didn't want to scratch your face anymore.
There are just so many questions here. Why is he filing his nails before going to jail?
Yeah.
Why is he
What is
packing to go to
going
jail?
on?
Why did he bring his family to this trip?
this is the most insane. Like, this is mental health on clear display.
Should we go separate or together? Okay, so what did they say?
They, listen,
So-
just take this with a grain of salt, but they assured me he's going to be in an hour.
I want to go back a little bit.
Yeah, it's
So
just
something that
thinking
Tozu
I
said.
didn't want to scratch your face anymore.
There are just so many questions.
Yeah.
here. Why is he filing his nails before?
I can see the shot of espresso because I probably would have done that too. You know, I'm like, oh, the cops are coming to take me away. Let me get a good sip of coffee because I don't know when the last time it's gonna happen. I would have finished my coffee if I had the opportunity. You know, but the whole filing the nails thing, man, nah, that's just
Before
weird.
going to jail. Why is he packing to go to jail? Why did he bring his family to this trip? I just feel bad for his family as they clearly have lost this guy.
Hey,
I don't like. I do kind of feel bad for his family, but I also don't. At least not for his wife, because here's the thing: she has been his biggest enabler, as far as what I've seen, what I know about Liver King so far. And you know what? If you really love someone, you need to hold them accountable. Otherwise, you're going to watch them slide into self-destruction, and you're going to be partially responsible when they destroy themselves. And I feel like a good example, excuse me, of that recently was Mango. So I only know about this guy because I have bros that are into Super Smash Bros. But there's this guy that I'm not good. I'm a filthy casual, right? I've gone to tournaments with them, but I don't think I've ever made it out of the first round. I would just go there to hang out, smoke weed with my friends outside before I went in and eat some pizza. You know, it was like just a chill social event. And like, could I beat other casuals? Probably a lot of them. But am I going to even place at any kind of tournament? Nope. But I do know who some of the Super Smash Bros. Pros are just because of that. There's like Hungry Box. There was Armada. But the guy who's I'm a Samus main. So there's I think Plup was a Samus main or something like that, and there was another good Samus main. But anyways, that's a weird tangent. There's this really good like professional Super Smash Brothers player recently named Mango, widely considered to be one of the best. And he recently got too drunk at a drinking and Smash Brothers event, and there were people around him that didn't really stop that, and he like basically ruined his entire whole life over it. He got kicked off his team. He got banned from Smash Bros. Tournaments, all kinds of stuff because he was like being inappropriate with women. I have mixed feelings on the whole thing, but the people that were around him should have been watching out for him, and they weren't. And many of those people kind of turned their backs on him immediately. And we might watch some videos about that later on. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I have like a week of videos queued up, but I don't know how late I'm going right now. I just felt like I wanted to eat, but I didn't want to eat until I streamed, so I had to stream. There's still so many messages and stuff I need to catch up with from when I was in my weird mental spot, which is why I didn't want to stream yet. But because I feel like if someone sees me streaming, but I haven't messaged them back yet, they'll be like, "Hey, so like, what the fuck, bro?" It's like, nah. But I'll get back to everyone, I promise. Let's finish this video.
Okay, so what did they say?
They, listen, you just take this with a grain of salt, but they assured me he's going to be in an hour.
Yeah.
It's like, we got to process you, the bail out, but we're talking probably 24 hours.
24 hours?
Maybe first thing tomorrow when he sees the judge. I don't know.
Oh, so it's not an hour. He's going to be there 24 hours.
I don't know.
She heard in and out. She was thinking like 2 hours. Now, like, if you go to jail, you gotta expect you're gonna be there overnight, pretty much.
I mean, that is super odd how happy she looks to find out her husband was arrested. But I mean, this dude is just such a LARP. Literally gears up in tactical gear to get arrested because he's harassing, stalking, and threatening Joe Rogan. Anyway, he spends a night in jail, gets out, and then immediately doubles down on this whole situation.
Some guy, he thought if you just put him in jail, have the Violent Crimes Division, have them come arrest him for a terroristic threat. And the whole time that terroristic threat you thought was a bomb or something inside that box was actually a present back for you and your mothership colleagues for having my wife and me in mothership that I've held on to for a while, just looking for the right time to give it to you. So the terroristic threat that was reduced to I actually don't want to say any details nor any names. That's how you get ready for a fight. And you thought the videos would stop, but they will never stop because, you know, when you fight out of a principle, you got an infinite amount of venom. And then we'll hug and unite. Not before, because I gave you that chance. You didn't want to do it. I'll still invite you to do it after, and we don't have to hug after, but at some point you have to capitulate something. And real tension, real fight. Can you believe it? Restraining orders and stuff like that. Well, all that, no laws will be broken, I can assure you of that. No details will be spoken either.
Yeah, except there was apparently a gun in that box, so while that could be considered a gift, adding all the context we have here, I'm not so sure that excuse flies.
Yeah.
Essentially, his massive account that he spent years building has now become a Joe Rogan stalker account because his ego and pride couldn't handle him laughing at his stupid way of building a business. And also, honestly, there's not even an end in sight here as he immediately starts training to fight Joe Rogan here.
Vibration plates. There's one on each leg. It's like, how do you train for a Seth Rogen kind of fight? He's a very qualified filmmaker, I think. So how do you get ready for something like that?
I mean, that is cool and all, but I just can't get my mind off of how much this guy looks like a dwarf hunter from World of Warcraft.
Please bless us with that bounty. To be warmth with family.
That edit was brutal.
Maybe a truce for one night. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Source.
Oh.
Thank you, Cosmos. Thank you, Elements. Thank you, King. Thank you, me. King time. King time.
Dude, instead of just being with your family and providing stability, you're having a generational crash out trying to save your ego by fighting Joe Rogan. Like, that's going to help anything. Saying this is pathetic is an understatement. I'm surprised his team and family is letting him do all of this. But honestly, maybe they don't even have a choice. Either way, I hope this guy gets some help soon and nobody gets hurt.
I think his kids don't have a choice, but I think his wife is promoting it. That's why she smiled, right? Because for her, this is just all more attention. I'm sure he's gotten so many followers from this, excuse me, just because people want to see him crash out. So let's do 2 Atozy videos in a row before we go into the other stuff. I definitely want to watch the Carmelo Anthony. Apparently it seems like they came out with a guilty verdict. Something happened with Mizkif too. Dude, there's so much random bullshit that happened this week. But yeah, let's watch the other Atozy video first.
This TikTok prank just sent him
Oh,
to
this
prison,
guy,
and it's
yeah.
been a long time coming, but the TikToker who deliberately poisoned the produce section at Walmart and called it a prank just got thrown in prison.
Oh, there we go. Thank God.
Accused of spraying bug killer on food at a
Give him
Valley
at least
Walmart.
2 years for that, I
Posting the
think.
video of him committing the crime online
Because he
was
had
just
like
sentenced to
so
1
many.
year in
1
prison.
year? Fair
After
enough.
6 months
I'll
of
take
court
it.
proceedings, plea deals, and a series of legal proceedings, Charles Smith, better known as Wolfie Coletti on social media, was finally sentenced this week. I think it's safe to say that covering this guy's antics from day one and watching this whole situation unfold has been like watching someone slowly dig their own grave. This is, almost by definition, watching a slow train wreck finally crash. And it's been about a year since we first started covering this guy, from the moment he went viral for tossing ice into deep fryers at fast food restaurants, to throwing cakes at people in public, and being an all-around burden to society for social media attention, which led to his inevitable arrest.
He literally threw like a chair from one of those top level floors in a mall. Like, that could fucking kill someone or maim them, injure them for life. I think this type of, we need to, I will always be the first person to stand up against tyranny and government overreach and those things, but we need to hold people accountable to their actions too. And that's why, you know, there's food deserts in New York City. There's freaking riots all over LA where it's like people get busted 3 times in 1 week for looting, and they just keep doing it. It's like, unless you start putting people in jail and keeping them there, then, well, yeah, the country's gonna keep going to shit because you're letting shitty people run around and ruin the country.
And now his sentencing. We've essentially just been covering.
I think he should have gotten longer, but I'm glad it was at least a year. I was worried it was just going to be a couple things, like 2 months or something. And here's why I think it should be 2 years minimum. Because that's like the honeymoon period, right? That is psychologically an adjustment period for humans. After 2 years, we kind of settle into that situation. So I think they should have to sit through 2 years of jail minimum if they're doing that kind of stuff, just to give them a chance to think about what the fuck they've done and been like, okay, yeah, definitely don't want to do this again. And I think we also need to just lock repeat offenders the hell away.
What would become, I guess, the most expensive prank of his career. The dude walked into Walmart in Arizona and grabbed a can of cockroach killer, or insecticide and proceeded to spray it all over the produce section in the store. I mean, it really doesn't take
Insanity.
a genius to realize spraying insecticides all over a produce section is way beyond any prank whatsoever.
No.
That's just disgusting
This is-
behavior. And not only did he do that, he also left the area
Absolutely
leaving
criminal.
essentially it wide open for anyone to just buy without any warning for 10 whole minutes. Because hey, I guess poisoning people's food is worth a little bit of attention on social media. And obviously, he posted this video on his TikTok account, and as you can imagine, that's where everything started to fall apart for him, because who would have ever thought that filming yourself committing a felony and uploading it online would eventually backfire? Well, apparently
Inconceivable.
not him, even though that we've covered the phenomenon of a social media influencer filming themselves committing a felony, then uploading it to the internet, then getting arrested probably hundreds of times at this point here on this channel. But still, he recorded himself again going back to the store, gathering up all the contaminated items he could find, putting them into a shopping cart, and then pushing it into some random location of the store. And with that, he claims he cleaned it up. And I mean, just from covering this guy over the past year and seeing the stuff that he's done, I realized he's quite slow. But little did I know that he would actually be this stupid. The bar has just fell through the floor. It's gone. There's no possible way to lower it anymore for him. But anyway, maybe a smudge of common sense got whacked into his head when all the people started commenting, hello, FBI? So what he did then was delete those videos. And then he started defending himself by saying that because he cleaned it up, it was essentially a harmless prank. Like, dude, number
No.
one, you didn't even clean it up properly. And two, you don't get to be a hero when you created the problem.
And 3, that's probably hundreds of dollars worth of items that he destroyed. It's not harmless if you're destroying property. Harmless means no harm was committed. Financial destruction of someone's property is harm.
Like, this dude somehow thought that by removing items that he remembered spraying, that would completely fix the situation. But from what we know from his online behavior, he's definitely no scientist and clearly doesn't know how contamination works. Because when you spray liquid insecticide, aka a cockroach exterminator, in a small crowded area like a grocery store, it's very easy for that poison to affect more than just the intended target. For example, the shelves and the cases that were holding the produce now have...
If I were that store manager, I would have gotten on the video camera, because you know Walmart got those cameras everywhere. I would have watched everywhere that guy went, throughout everything along his path, and inventoried it, and then sued him for reparations. Or restitution, it's called, I mean.
Have poison all over them. Groundbreaking stuff, I know. And then you have the whole other danger of kids go to Walmart, kids touch everything, kids rub their hands on the bins that's holding produce. That happens. I don't need to keep going on and on, but simply removing the...
I also would have made my least favorite employee clean all the shelves. Whoever came in late to work that day.
It gets everywhere. Then obviously he doesn't even clean it up for about 10 minutes, and 10 minutes is a very long time, meaning that there's a
No,
very,
to be
very
fair, I
low
would have made
chance
the
in
most
that time
reliable
that
one
somebody
do it,
ended
because
up
I'd be
either
like, yo,
buying or
get
at
this
least
shit
interacting with that
clean. I
food
don't want
that
no
had
one
already been
puking,
poisoned. And again, all of this was to
because
simply act
you got some of
edgy
that
on
shit on an
TikTok
apple.
for some internet fame. Congratulations, you played yourself and you got banned on TikTok. But later on, court
What a
documents
dumbass.
revealed it was actually unknown whether he managed to collect all the contaminated items or not. So
Of
in the
course.
end, Walmart had to discard about $1,000 worth of food. And
I
then just
told you.
Imagine being a Walmart worker. You're tired. You want to go home, and then you find out there's some TikTok moron poisoned the produce section. So now you have to clean that up? No wonder creators get so much shit online, because the worst 1% of us gives everyone essentially a bad rep. But after the video went viral, Mesa police used it to track down and finally arrest him. Wolfie ended up turning himself in, admitting to the crime without hesitation, because as you can probably imagine, there's not really too much you can do when you yourself are the one who are proudly posting the video evidence onto social media for the entire world to see.
Oh, my
So the
neck is
Maricopa
killing
County
me.
Attorney's Office ended up indicting him on multiple charges, some of which include introducing poison, a Class 6 felony, and multiple misdemeanors like criminal damage and endangerment. After this incident, police started digging deeper into his background because, you know, if someone is crazy enough to spray bug spray or bug killer onto food, what else would he may have done? Well, spoiler alert, they started adding more charges because they added a
Good.
third-degree burglary charge related to an incident at a Bosa Donut shop. However, the details surrounding this charge weren't publicly revealed as of right now, at least. All we know is that he can't step foot in any Bosa Donut shops anymore, which honestly is kind of a funny selling point for Bosa Donuts because Arizona has essentially been terrorized by this guy for about 1 year now. The Bosa Donut shop has essentially become the Left 4 Dead safe house before you start the mission. If you go to a Bosa Donut shop, at least you'll be safe with Wolfie Coletti. His trial conference was initially scheduled for April 30th,
No,
but ended
no
up being
insecticide
expedited
on our
to April 3rd.
donuts here.
April 22nd, a plea
No,
agreement had been filed with
ice in
all
our
three
deep
cases
fryer
in Maricopa
here.
County, which initially resulted in him being set to adult probation. However, just 2 days later, something happened. Wolfie officially changed from a plea deal to now pleading guilty on all charges related to Walmart and Bosa Donuts. So we finally get to June 24th, which was sentencing day, and it was pretty easy to tell how nervous Wolfie and his legal team were about the situation, because when the judge allowed him to speak, he said this.
I'd just like to formally apologize for my actions from last year and that I've become a better person.
Again, am I nitpicking? I don't know, but it doesn't seem like a great idea to only express regret for the actions you're currently being held accountable for.
I hate it when someone says, I'm a good person or I'm becoming a better person like that. It's like, bro, if you got to say it, is it really true? Like, show that with your actions, not your words. And it's like so hollow, especially the way you said it. It's like, oh, throw the book at him. Give him 3 years instead.
Those who were in the courtroom expressed their frustration at him for not taking the opportunity to make a broader, more sincere apology. Because in an absolute masterclass on what not to do, there was absolutely zero acknowledgement from him on the harm of his pranks or incidents.
Yeah, that was
over
such
the
a
years. Not only
terrible
that, but
apology.
He didn't even bother to submit a written statement apologizing on a broader scale for everything he'd done. Although his attorney did somehow manage to pull off a little bit of damage control by saying that the client had the opportunity to reflect on what he considered to be pranks at the time, and he now understands that these are not pranks. What he did was not funny, and that's not how he should behave. Wow.
The sad part is I believe him. I think that guy is literally just so dumb. Like, we're talking like not even room temperature IQ. We're talking like refrigerator temperature IQ. That this guy just didn't know that he shouldn't do that. I would believe it. Does it mean I don't think he should go to jail? No, I think if he's honestly that stupid, we probably just like put him in a stupid house and leave him there forever or something like that. That's what we need. We need to screw jails, screw insane asylums. We need a stupid house where we just put the stupid people and leave them there.
What, 28 years old to finally figure that one out? Dude, your prefrontal cortex, it's been loaded in. Like that thing's been there for essentially the whole time you've been doing this stuff. So there is no excuse whatsoever for what you've done. He also went on record saying that not only has Wolfie taken responsibility for his actions, but he also wants to remove himself from social media once released. Wolfie himself has also claimed that social media has definitely taken over his brain, which made him do abnormal things.
I'm sure about that.
Why he makes these kinds of videos.
Social media has definitely took over my brain and made me do things that
it didn't make you do anything. You did it yourself.
Clearly, the dude is an attention.
I can see it taking over his brain and causing temptation, but in the end, the choice is always yours, right? No matter how many demons he has in his head and what they're telling him to do, in the end, he's the one that picked up that can, sprayed it on those fruits, recorded the video, and then pressed the send button.
Fiend. But either way, I feel like we've been saying this for a while, but clout definitely is a drug. So after all the legal proceedings, statements, and endless back and forth that ensued, Wolfie has been finally sentenced to 1 year prison for the count of adding poison or harmful substances to food. That being said, he does get credited for the 136 days he's already served. So all in all, there's around 229 more days before he's released back into society. Maybe a little bit less if good behavior's involved. But prison time aside, Wolfie also
That's another thing here about the US. I think it's ridiculous that people will get sentenced to like 15 jails for a rape and get out in 4. Now, do those numbers actually happen for that crime? I don't know. I was just pulling numbers out of thin air. But that kind of stuff does happen where people serve half their term or less. And it's like, no wonder crime keeps getting worse here, because we aren't holding people accountable for it, and we keep letting the criminals back out onto the streets.
Received 3 years probation for the criminal damages, endangerment, and third-degree burglary charges that I had mentioned earlier. But it's also important to mention that those sentences run concurrently, meaning he's not serving them all at the same time.
Yeah.
Additionally, the judge banned him from returning to Walmart and Bosa Donuts and imposed restrictions on his computer usage. I'm kind of interested in what those restrictions actually are. So he said he's not going to return to social media, but the judge might have actually made it so he can't return to social media, at least for 3 years while he's on probation. Dude's been sentenced to, if he wants to use the internet, he's forced to only use Cool Math games at his local public library.
Do not return to any Walmart. Don't return to any Bosa Donuts.
But it is worth noting that Wolfie's main TikTok account was deleted shortly after his arrest, likely due to mass reporting or just TikTok finally seeing what he did and they were like, we don't want that on the platform. Also, probably because of all the bad PR he's bringing TikTok as well. But either way, his Instagram account is still up.
I'm sure it was mostly the PR stuff.
Cases where creators face essentially no punishment for their terrible actions, like Yannick, who we just discussed, like last month or something like that. Terrible act. But hey, I guess unlike other cases as well. But either we don't want that on the platform. Also, probably because of all the bad PR he's bringing TikTok as well. But either way, his Instagram account is still up.
That doesn't surprise me at all. And you know why? Because Instagram is like the worst of all the platforms. Meta, in general, most evil of all the social media platforms by far. Also, it's insane because Instagram used to be the best, in my opinion. Years ago, Instagram was my favorite. Now you get 3 ads for every 1 normal photo on Instagram. And it's like loaded with child porn, which is fucking terrible. So fuck that shit.
But hey, I guess unlike other cases where creators face essentially no punishment for their terrible actions, like Yannick, who we just discussed.
That's one of the reasons why I unfollowed all the OnlyFans girls. Because it's like, if you follow an OnlyFans girl and you watch their reels, it's going to start showing you reels. You're like, there's no way that's girls 18. How is that even being shown next to this girl that has porn links in her channel? What the fuck, Meta?
Like last month or something like that? This time, we at least saw some accountability here. Wolfie is finally experiencing some real consequences for his antics, which almost feels refreshing because honestly, we rarely see this now. How many stories have we covered of people doing absolute insane stuff and then nothing ever happens to them? And while a year in prison maybe doesn't sound like too much when you're potentially poisoning people with insecticides, it's still better than nothing.
I agree.
We'll
I still don't think it's enough though.
Talking about this guy here on the channel again, but feel free to subscribe if you're new.
He'll be back next year.
The video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
All right, let's watch the this video. I want to see what the outcome of this case was. Oh wait, you know what I didn't do? I'm a bad streamer. We gotta. Oh, I just wanted to drag it over. I didn't want to drag it out, but that's fine. All right, this is the Liver King video. And this is the produce poisoner video. All right, there we go. Guys, go give those a like. If you haven't done already, give Atozy a subscribe. One of my all-time favorite channels.
Anthony indicted on first-degree murder charges. We knew this was coming.
And so I don't forget this one. This is Nate the Lawyer, one of the two legal channels I watch. This guy is a little bit right-leaning, and the other, well, 3 legal channels, but this one's all music legal stuff. The other guy, well, I guess there's 4 legal channels, but this guy, he does like mostly civil rights and body cam stuff. But as far as just general legal channels, this guy, he's right leaning, and then down here we have Legal Eagle, who's left leaning. I like getting both sides of the aisle's opinion, you know? Yeah, as to be expected, first degree, good. That's exactly what he should get. The dude walked up with the intention to kill him.
It's coming.
Thank God.
Texas teenager Carmelo Anthony has been charged with first-degree murder in connection with the stabbing death of a 17-year-old at a high school track meet in April.
Now to the tragedy at a track
there
meet in
is
Frisco where
some
police
hope
say that
in the
a
world.
student was stabbed to death by another student. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf's father says the dispute started over a seat in the stadium.
Now, for those of you who don't remember, we've covered this case in detail on this channel. So let me just give you the quick and dirty of what happened. Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf were at a track meet in Texas. Allegedly, a pop-up rainstorm occurred and all the kids started running under tent. Carmelo Anthony ran under the opposing team's tent. Now, at this point, witnesses alleged that Austin Metcalf approached Carmelo Anthony. He demanded that Anthony leave from under the tent and go to his own tent. Pushing and shoving then ensued. Carmelo Anthony then made the statement that, hey, touch me again and see what happens. Austin Metcalf then proceeded to touch Anthony again, and Anthony then plunged the knife into his heart. Now, Anthony was arrested at the scene and claimed self-defense. Here is Dominique Alexander, the man seen here in this picture with Carmelo Anthony. He's going to explain to you the self.
If you don't know who Dominic Alexander is, he's a career criminal and racial grifter.
Defense argument
is Carmelo didn't come out days later and claim self-defense. He claimed self-defense the moments the police touched him. The moment
doesn't matter. You murdered him either way. It doesn't matter whether you claim self-defense before you kill him or during you're killing him or after you're killing him. When you murder him, it's murder regardless. You don't just get to say self-defense and walk away when it was clear intentional murder. It's utter bullshit.
the police even arrested him and detained him. He didn't come days later. He has always.
Bullshit.
In the affidavit. But what these people have done is created as a racial thing.
Now, here's a quick
no, you're the one that made it a racial thing.
So, hey, you've heard about that. Microsoft and people because they're on AI thing on 2 days, 8 hours. AI is live coming, which earlier. For my audience, you can get it. Now, in our last video, we went over Anthony's self-defense claim, and I'm going to tell you, it's nonsense.
It's
but
bullshit.
It's important to understand the reasons why I believe it's nonsense. The first thing is his response was unreasonable for the situation.
Yes.
First, we look at the place where it happened. This was a high school track meet. This was a school event. This wasn't at a club or a bar. This wasn't a dark alley. This is a place where teachers, parents, and even coaches were there to step in if anything bad were to happen.
So I'll tell you why. So one, yeah, the situation, but the two main reasons that regardless of the situation, one, it was unnecessary escalation. So to use lethal force in self-defense, you need to be, the other person needs to already be threatening, if not actively using lethal force. Like if you, to be able to legally kill someone in self-defense, you need to be in serious imminent threat of death or irreversible body harm, you know? So there was none of that as far as we could tell. And it would seem that the legal system agrees with us. Now, the other thing, oh, what was the other thing? I forget. The other big thing for me is that he had the opportunity to walk away. And the really, really big thing for me is that literally the other guy was telling him to just walk away. And he didn't. He was the instigator. He was given every opportunity to walk away. And then when he continued to instigate, instead of, like, even if he had just gotten into a fist fight, fine, whatever. Boys will be boys. And yeah, it's not good to just take that approach to everything, but like sometimes it's best just to let him punch it out, you know? But when you escalate to weapons or actually like serious physical bodily harm or threats of death, then it's just utterly unacceptable. The dude reached into his knife and threatened him, reached into his bag to grab a knife, apparently. I've also heard that maybe it was like a sharpened trike spike. But if it was an actual knife, then that's even more insane, because what the hell are you doing bringing a knife to a track meet and walking around threatening people with it? It's just the whole thing. Honestly, if this guy got exonerated, I would have been so pissed. I would have been so pissed. This is one of the most clear-cut cases of murder I've seen in a very long time, at least from the facts of the case we've seen.
Second, we look at the interaction itself. Was deadly physical force reasonable
there he goes.
in this situation? Now, let's be ultra clear here. You can only use deadly physical force to protect yourself in a situation when you reasonably believe that deadly physical force is being employed against you. The threat doesn't have to be actual, meaning you don't have to see the gun pointed at you. You don't have to see the knife. The threat of the gun, the threat of the knife is sufficient enough to allow...
And it doesn't always have to be a gun or a knife. And I'd say this image we stopped on is a perfect example. As long as there's any type of serious physical disparity, and even when there's not some type of serious physical disparity, if like I'm 5'10", right? Not big for a dude. I think I'm like exactly average. Let's see. What is the average height of a man? Wow, really? It's only 5'6"? Dude, I thought it was I thought it was taller than that. What the shit? Okay. What's this? Is this going to show what I want? 5'10". Okay. So what? Oh, this is US. This is the US. Ah. In the US. 5'9". Okay, yeah. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm exactly 5'10". I think I'm like halfway between 5'9" and 5'10", and 5'10" is what my ID says, so that's what I say. But yeah, I'm like literally exactly pretty much average for the US. I didn't realize that the average across the world was so small, but I guess that makes sense. I bet it mostly Asia is up there skewing those numbers. How's it going, Sephi? It's good to see you, bro. But like, now I'm not in shape anymore, but when I was, I weighed 180 pounds. I can promise you, as much as some women on the internet would love to tell you, if some like 5'4", 110-pound woman is going to try and defend herself from a 5'10", 180-pound man, unless she is like Mossad or frickin' some kind of special forces or secret kickboxer like Amanda Serrano herself or something, it's not gonna go well for that woman. Generally, there's reasons that men and women's leagues have separate sports, and what a lot of people don't realize is that the men's league is actually an open league quite often, and the women just physically can't compete in it, especially when it comes to combat sports. So they generally play in the women's league, which does have restrictions because men will casually break bones. So, it doesn't need to have a weapon involved. And even if the match up is fair, like say another 5'10", 180-pound guy comes up on me, but say he gets to jump on me, like walks up to me, hits me other side of the head, I'm down on the ground, and he's stomping on my head, and I think I'm going to die. I have every right to draw and fire on him, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be a weapon. As long as you believe you are in danger of death or serious bodily harm, then you have every right to defend yourself.
Allow you to protect yourself. You don't have to get stabbed or punched or harmed to employ deadly physical force against a reasonable perceived threat of deadly force.
Yeah, that's another thing. You don't need to wait.
Serious is going to say.
Generally. There are some states, there are states where like it can be obvious that it was self-defense and you're still going to go to jail because they're fucking evil, like California. But there are other states that don't have stand your ground laws where you have a duty to retreat and you can't defend yourself. You have to turn around and let them stab you in the back before you're allowed to defend yourself.
That Austin Metcalf's telling Carmelo Anthony to move from under the tent was a threat that came to the level of deadly physical force. Now, one other legal thing that I want to mention to you
disagree.
Guys is that when the defendant, in this case Carmelo Anthony,
obviously like
self-defense.
I agree with Nate the lawyer. Like Nate agrees with this too, because like he's essentially saying there's no way that asking someone to leave. He didn't even just say leave the tent in like a threatening manner. Apparently, according to what he said in this video so far, he actually just told the guy to go stand under his own team's tent. So it's like, okay, why didn't he just go do that? This is an abject failure of parenting. And the only way I can say that for a fact is because we've seen his parents and how they reacted to it. This is entirely Carmelo's parents' fault.
As his defense, he's essentially saying, I did it. I killed this guy, but I was legally justified in killing this guy.
They literally formed a fundraiser calling him Carmelo the Hero. They groomed this kid to be a murderer.
So at this point, it's now the state of Texas that has to prove that Carmelo Anthony did not employ lawful self-defense in this particular situation. Now, from the facts that are out in the media as of now, to me, it's clear that Carmelo Anthony did not employ lawful self-defense in this particular situation. Now, the way it works in Texas, if you're arrested on felony charges, the district attorney has to present those charges to a grand jury. And the grand jury's role is to determine if there's probable cause to send this case to a trial. So now let's hear from Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis about what's going on.
Good afternoon. Earlier this spring, our community was shaken by what happened at a school track meet in Frisco. The violent loss of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. For weeks now, my team has been presenting evidence to the grand jury, and today I summarized that evidence, and I asked the grand jury to return a first-degree murder indictment against Carmelo Anthony which they did. With this indictment, the case now moves formally into the
Is he
court
wearing
system.
lipstick?
From this point forward, we'll continue.
His
the
lips
entire
look
job
so
of
weird to
fully
me.
and fairly to pursue justice under the law. As for the scheduling of the trial, that will be up to the court. But when the time comes, we will be ready. Now, we know that this case has struck a deep nerve here in Collin County and beyond. And that's understandable. When something like this happens at a school event, it shakes people to the core. But let's remember that the justice system works best when it moves with steadiness and principle. That's what we're committed to, and that's what this case deserves. We're also mindful of Austin's family and everyone who loved him. Please keep them in your thoughts, and if you're willing, your prayers as well. Finally, let's remember that a defendant is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
Now, first-degree murder isn't a light charge. You're probably going to either get the death penalty or life in prison if convicted. So the stakes here are real. They are extremely high. And how this turned into an issue about race, I just don't know.
Well, it's obvious. One was white, one was black. Clearly it has to be about race. It couldn't just be that like two people had a disagreement and one of them was an unhinged psycho killer kid with shitty parents that decided that it was rightful to stab a guy over a disagreement in the fucking rain.
Matter of fact, if you switch the races or even make them both white or black, I think the analysis is still the same. And I really want people to think about this. Let's say this wasn't a track meet at the high school.
As far as we can tell, from all of the evidence presented so far by both sides, it had literally nothing to do with race at all.
Let's say this was just a normal day at the high school and this happened at lunch where two kids were and the guy was like, "You're at my table, get away from my table." And they start pushing and shoving each other and one kid pulls out a knife and stabs the other kid right there in the middle of lunch. That would be unacceptable, right? We wouldn't be talking about, oh, well, was it justified? Wasn't it? It would be clearly unjustified. Matter of fact, let's take it out the cafeteria and put it into a classroom. One kid sat in the other kid's chair. Touch me again, and then a knife comes out and the stab. So who's ever making this into an issue of race, I think, are just being idiots. Because if you just look at what happened, where it happened, and how it happened, Carmelo Anthony should go to jail for murder. But as always, tell me where I'm wrong in the comment section. If you believe Carmelo Anthony should be freed because he employed lawful self-defense in this particular situation, let me know. They've released some video, but they're not releasing the actual video. People are talking about the video, so I'm not going with that third-party stuff. When the video's released, we'll even go over the video. But until then, the only facts that I have in front of me lead me to believe that Carmelo Anthony is guilty of first-degree murder. Prove me wrong in the comment section. I'm out.
All right.
Peace.
When he goes over the video, we'll go over his video going over the video. Now, earlier I saw the other video that he had linked here. The this TMZ's a fucking idiot. I didn't even see that. Why? I don't know why it says I watched that. Because I didn't. I did watch that. That was pretty good. Is it? Oh, is it? It's probably not showing up because I already watched it, baby. Oh, he just changed the title, I guess, maybe. No, 60. Is that? How do I find that video? Was it alive? Oh, it was alive. Okay. So I just watched it post live, I guess. I clicked through this. They don't actually tell you what the verdicts are. It was just like an hour of news speculating and him speculating about the news speculation. So no updates there. But I will tell you specifically what happened with the Diddy case is that there is currently a potentially hung jury. So on 4 of the 5 charges, they have come to a verdict, but they are deadlocked on the RICO case. So for the first 2 cases. There was a sex trafficking and a trafficking across state lines, and then I think I forget what the other two were, but the other two were like lesser. Oh, I think it was 2 sex trafficking with force and then 2 lesser sex trafficking charges. So basically, they have verdicts on those, but they didn't tell us what those are, though. But people are divided on the RICO charge, which stands for racketeering. I don't remember. I'm gonna look it up. Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act. So specifically what this means is that the RICO charge is that Diddy was doing these sex acts and this sexual exploitation, prostitution, arson, and all these other things as part of a criminal enterprise, which is that last part is what it hangs on. So for all intents and purposes, there's very, very little doubt as to whether or not he actually did these things. You know, there's video of lots of them. There's pretty clear evidence, and he even admitted to some of it. So the big question lies right now, apparently, with the jury, is whether or not it was part of a criminal enterprise or if he was just doing it for his own pleasure, right? I would argue that it's absolutely part of a criminal enterprise because it's literally a criminal industry, I'd say, more than a criminal enterprise, you know? He's just... Apparently they have people that are hard locked on both sides, right? People that are hardcore locked on it absolutely being a criminal enterprise, and people that are hardcore locked on it not being a criminal enterprise. I don't understand how you can see it. Look at all the things, the whole way he has moved for over the years, and not see it as a criminal enterprise, unless you're getting paid on the down low or something like that. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't know if that even picked it up because I have a noise gate. But there's no, like, you either have to be dumb as hell or be on the take to think that this wasn't part of a criminal enterprise when it's like literally his whole business was around getting celebrities to go to these things and then manipulate them through this. I get, like, name one Diddy song. I can't. I'm sure people can, obviously. Especially people that grew up more in the hip-hop world. But I didn't grow up in the hip-hop world. I can name a Snoop Dogg song. I can name Dr. Dre song. I can name... I'm going to try and think of something more obscure. I wish I could name a Nas song, but I can't. But I've heard some Nas songs that I like. And I know of Nas songs. Let's see. What is there? Well, name a Royce da 5'9" song. I can do that. I can't name a Diddy song. Hell, I could name a Vanilla Ice song. It's Vanilla Ice, by the way. But can't name a Diddy song. So where does all his money and fame come from? that baby oil, it was an investment, you know? The sickest kind of investment. All right. Okay. Well, I got to know what the Mizkif thing is because I don't want to like have to figure out, is he watching this video or is this video 2 days ago, 3 days ago? So no, this came out first. All right, what happened with Mizkif?
Good morning, YouTube. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you're new here. Did you know that 50% of you guys aren't subscribed? That means if all of you guys were to subscribe right now, we would hit 2 million, which is the goal before 2026, but we'll see. I'll probably fall off before then. However, today, we are talking about everybody's favorite streamer. We're talking about Mizkif. Yeah!
Wait, I thought I was everybody's favorite streamer. Damn, I'm falling off. Anyways, I don't even remember what I was going to say now. I paused the video. Oh, there's the link in chat. Give the video a like or a dislike if Tectone's face makes you angry. But let's go see what this Mizkif drama is about.
Yeah, and we're talking about the really cool, hip, popular guys of the FaZe clan. FaZe Up. I still don't really know what that means. I'm 31 years old. I don't watch the Kai Cenats. I do watch a little bit of iShowSpeed, admittedly. I don't really know what FaZe Up means. I don't really know who's in
I don't watch any of
Jason
those
the
kids.
Weed's in there, who I actually think is a pretty cool guy. He fucking humbled the shit out of Pokimane, which was dope. But what I've seen of FaZe, I actually liked it quite a bit. There was a clip that I saw of Mizkif, I think talking to Jason the Ween.
The only thing I know about FaZe is that Lacey seems like a kind of decent dude. Kind of dumb, but it's like you need to be kind of dumb to get into FaZe, right? It's all that frat boy culture.
I think I actually am going to be a big fan of that guy. Seems like a very young dude, but a really good head on his shoulders. And he was trashing one of Jason's boys to his face, like Miz always does. And Jason's like, ah, hell nah. Shut that shit the fuck down. And then there was this other guy in the background who was like, I'm not even fucking with you. Don't ever disrespect my friends again. Which, by the way, streamers having other streamers back in 2025. So what I saw of that was dope as fuck. Now, am I looking for an invite to a FaZe party? No, absolutely not. I'm 31. I wouldn't go regardless. But
right.
I definitely do have a certain amount, well, let me phrase that, a large amount of respect.
I went to one party that was a high school party when I was in college, and it was the most awkward shit ever. And I'm like, never again.
Respect for streamers who will, in the face of adversity, stick up for their friends and humble and press anybody who's trying to disrespect anybody who they care about. Because on this platform, in this environment, in this streaming space, there is so many bitches, there is so many fraudulent motherfuckers.
For sure.
It's actually insane. I've low-key given up on trying to...
Just from his little rant, I didn't expect... What the fuck is this? Why is this so long? I thought this was going to be like 10 minutes. Just from his little intro, I think I already have a pretty good grasp of what went down, but let's get all the information. This is the thing I'm more interested in, the Ludwig situation, but we'll save that for the next time.
Because nobody gives a fuck about you if doing a hate thread on you gets him an extra 5 viewers. Gets him an extra $5. Welcome to streaming in 2025, where anyone will throw your name under the bus to maybe get a little shout out from Hasanabi. It's a fucking joke. Am I bitter? Am I angry? Am I resentful? I wouldn't say I'm angry. I think I'm pretty much over it. I've kind of become melancholic with it. But yeah, I think the streaming space is fucking terrible, hence why I don't really interact with it. And even when something else happens, which I'm very excited for you guys to see about that. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe if you want a little bit of juicy drama that's coming very soon. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever readjust and go back to the streaming circle. There's no point. I'd rather just sit at home and play with my dog and hang out with my beautiful woman. Anyways, let's go over this clip here real quick. And this is Silky. And Chad, correct me if I'm wrong. This is FaZe Silky. I haven't heard too much about this guy, but I believe this is the guy that Miz was saying does fucking nothing with his content. And I know Silky has an issue with him because, well, Mizkif is obviously a pretty controversial figure. He's known for doing some pretty shady shit. You either love him or you hate him. And
I think people that hate Miz just don't understand. he's like the class clown. You can't take anything Miz does too seriously. He just kind of talks out of his ass, hoping to get a laugh out of people. But who knows? Maybe he really messed up this time. We'll see.
You know, obviously he had those logs released from 7 years ago of him saying the hard R when he had that whole beef with Bruce Dropomoff, which was a very shady situation. That's why Kai doesn't fuck with him either. Or
I didn't know about that, to be honest.
Yeah, but let's go into this real quick. And obviously, and I always think, I try not to judge too many people off their past actions. However, I'm not.
It was a joke, though. See, chat's even saying that was a joke. Who knows? Sometimes they just, people will say that shit and be like, bro, it was a joke. I hate that excuse. When, like, there was this guy who got confronted by, I might be messing up. I might be crossing things in my brain as to how exactly it went down, but it's a good example because that type of dude uses this excuse all the time anyways. There was a guy that got confronted by an Omegle YouTuber. I think it was a Kick streamer that got confronted by an Omegle YouTuber. And it was like, hey, I know you're on here asking underage girls to expose themselves to you. And the guy was like, it's just a joke. And it's like, no, it's not just a joke. And I actually remember it now because this guy actually ended up getting on a Discord call with someone, even though the other people in his community, the fucking creepy ass minor abusers in his community, they all told him, like, no, don't get on the call with that guy because he knew he was going to call him out. He knew he was going to call him out for his bullshit. It's not just a joke when you are convincing minors to illegally reveal themselves. That's freaking child porn. And the worst part is they then go post it on the Discord. They would fucking share it with each other, the fucking creeps. And they say, oh, it's just a joke. No, you don't get to say it's just a joke.
Going to judge someone if someone else doesn't want to let go. It's everyone else's responsibility. It's everyone else's choice for who they forgive and who they don't. And it's not me to guilt them for it. So this is what Silky said about Miz. Let's get into it.
Bro, I don't get, niggas know I don't care, bro. Mizkif tries to censor the door, he's not getting inside.
And this isn't like some weird, if Mizkif tries to break into my house. I believe the FaZe kids are doing some sort of FaZe party on July 4th. They invited a whole shit ton of big LA streamers. Mizkif obviously gave up on the Austin scene because, well, you know, there's a lot of bridges burnt down here. Seek Pastures new for LA, and lo and behold, and now nobody wants to fuck with them in LA either. It's really, it's kind of, I almost feel bad for the guy.
Oh, boy.
It's honestly
yeah, I do feel bad for him.
Yeah, it looks like LA already isn't fucking
maybe not as much anymore now that they're talking about the N-word stuff. But,
in these streaming spaces, when you build your entire brand, like many streamers of the LA variety do, where it's about who you know and where you're at and what did you go to, a lot
then
of
you're
streamers
just
are
gonna inevitably burn out and be a
what
fucking loser.
Next. And so having something as big of a cutoff as a potential meetup of all the FaZe kids, which Miz has tried previously to really get into that scene before, having a biggest connection of that fucking completely severed already is a really big shot to the fucking balls. It definitely sucks ass. You know, streamers like Asman or myself or Nuxtaku or even the donut operator scene, we won't really be affected because our content is focused on, we go live and we talk about reactions, we talk about current events. But for streamers like, let's say...
our content is focused on our own personalities, not other people's personalities. And here's... I mean, I guess Mizkif kind of is. I can't remember the exact clip, but it was just stupid shit. It was a Mizkif and Fandy moment. And it was just like, what the shit? I think he actually admitted that, like, the only reason he brought on pretty girls like Fandy was for views or something like that. It was just kind of, I mean, he might have been saying it tongue in cheek, but it was kind of funny to watch that shit happen.
Mizkif or a Cinna or an extra Emily or maybe even a Valkyrie. and probably even a Pokemon. Those are the streamers that will live and die by who can they collaborate with next. What's the next scene they can get sit at next?
Extra Emily, definitely. I think Extra Emily's time is numbered. She's dangerously dumb, I have to say. The driving things, the firearm things, I just would not want to be around that person because I value staying alive, you know? So I think the primary reason she's so popular right now is because since she's so like dumb in a cringe way and she keeps going viral, all these people want to be around her to ride that fame. Now, Valkyrae, and Cinna a bit more. So Cinna I can kind of see a little bit. I don't know as much about Cinna. But interestingly enough, Valkyrae and Cinna were both at the Mango thing too. And I have a lot of respect for Valkyrae because I'm pretty sure out of all the people that were there, or at least all the clips we have of people talking about Mango being too drunk there, is Valkyrae was the only one at some point that was like, wait, should he like really be here doing this? I don't know the exact content or what she said it, but anyone that knows anything about Mango knows that he has a problem. Let me show you.
So this might seem like a
it's a 0. Ooh, so yeah, they're talking about the whole thing. Everyone's just talking about what happened. I want the old clip. I think it was in. I think someone put it in one of the videos I watched. But there's a video where the dude is so hammered, he just passes out midstream. We'll click this one since it was, let's see. Is it? I don't want to watch this whole thing, but do they have the actual clip? I think this is Ray talking about it, actually. I love how I searched the video and it doesn't have it. Why am I getting this? Hungry Box fans? Did the Mango stuff get deleted? Mango's wife calls out Ludwig? I didn't even hear about that. But there is a clip, which I guess we can't find anymore, where Mango just like straight up passes out drunk on stream. And it used to not be let's just say pretty much everyone in the community knew he had a problem. And he probably should have never really been invited to those alcohol-based events. And just because the previous ones went fine doesn't mean this was inevitable. But Cinna and Valkyrie were both there. Both ones harassed by him, I'm pretty sure. And the only one who actually said anything that was like, wait, should he even be here, was Valkyrie. So I have a little bit of respect for that. But beyond that, let's be real, Ray's just hot. So I'm sure even if she's not doing those collabs, she'll do fine. And same thing with Pokimane. As much as Tectone probably doesn't want to admit that, and Valkyrie actually has a personality and stuff. It's kind of interesting, whereas Pokimane's just hot and stupid. But a lot of guys are really into that. They're like, bro, guys love hot and stupid chicks because they know they're never going to get a hot and smart chick to sleep with them, right? So they're like, hey, she's just dumb enough that I might have a chance.
Oh, they're not getting invited to the party. No, this is a massive fucking kick to the balls, and honestly, like, a massive career opportunity that's going to fuck his career.
Okay, for Mizkif, yes, right? Because the thing about being the class clown is you need to be able to make someone else the butt of the joke. Or at the very least, you need someone else to be able to make you the butt of the joke, right? Like, some of his biggest clips are with Emmy or like Fandy. It's like, let's just go look. Let's top Mizkif clips. I couldn't. These are all 4 years ago, 3 days ago. People talking about, all right. Why does it say, it's top clips of. Anytime I see OF, I just think OnlyFans. Skip asked how that went. What's this? I don't even remember watching that, but I'm curious. Dude, the clickbait is real. Emiru's normal voice. Oh, is that Lakari? Dude, Lakari, fucking hell. Lakari does not need to rely on someone else for content. But that dude is just the biggest insane gooner creep. He makes Tectone look normal.
Wait, I'm loud? No way I'm loud.
Your voice is just naturally louder than everyone else's. Not in like a bad way.
Oh, I remember this now. She talks about how she like projects and stuff. Yeah.
Because my voice is naturally really quiet and I got yelled at it a lot in school.
Really? For being too quiet?
Yeah, the teacher was like, we can't hear you, speak up. So now my voice is all like gravelly and I just talk like this normally now.
Oh my god. Wait, so what would you talking normally sound like?
I can't even like do it anymore because I'm not used to it. Like, I guess like this would be like natural. Like kind of like, yeah, like this.
Oh shit. Yeah. Damn, they fucked you up.
But it doesn't feel natural anymore because I'm used to talking like this now.
Damn, you're used to straining your voice? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just used to it now, so now it's become my natural voice, I guess.
Yeah, that's a lot of people don't realize you can absolutely change your voice. I thought about it. This is my favorite Emmy clip. She literally guesses it in one shot with one letter. It's fucking insane. But let's see. Let's just get some random. Oh look, Mizkif clip. Someone else.
No, like,
let's see how many.
Came into our stream.
Okay, there's one.
Happened.
Dude, chat. She's gonna remember this for the rest of her life.
Oh no,
Moxie gave 5
it's someone
stars.
else.
She's gonna remember this for the rest of her life.
Sounds good. Mizkif, first we need to get you outfitted, man.
No, 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 no.
I don't even know what's supposed to be so funny about that.
Whatever.
You seem like you aren't informed, champ.
Come to you guys today with a question I get asked a decent amount in my stream, and that is advice on being a streamer. So,
What is going on?
Hey YouTube viewers, Jessica Gotch here. I wanted to come to you guys today with a question I get asked. Successful streamer, different ways.
I don't even understand why that was a good clip. Okay, so
is using her 21st birthday to give back to her community.
there's some of these are reaction, so it's hard with reaction. What is going on here? Oh, this is so good.
Stop fucking reaching and getting on goddamn content. Alright, my bad. Alright, yeah, sorry. Chad, he makes a good point. He's right. Mitch makes a good point here. He's right. We should probably figure something else out. Watch this.
So, someone else, lots of other people. Okay, yeah, it's like almost every piece of content. We'll say 75% of this stuff that Mizkif has as his top clips involve other people, right? Other streamers. Either directly or indirectly. So clearly that's what his channel is all based around. So not getting an invite or specifically getting de-invited or being barred from the FaZe July 4th party. Would that bug me at all? Not in the slightest. I don't think I would have fun there anyways. I would be like, yo, can we quit it with the locker room talk? I feel like there would be some type of that shit bullshit going on. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't feel like I would fit in with those guys, you know? And that's totally fine. They want to have their frat bro trick shot house, and I think that's a good thing. I think the internet needs that. I like that FaZe is making a comeback, right? I'm happy to see FaZe Lacey being successful. He seems like a kind of chill dude. I don't really know the other ones except for Unstable Ronaldo and was it Banks? Is he's like the founder now or whatever, like co-owner? Like I used to know more about the whole FaZe story, but it wasn't. I've got things going on, and I was like, all right, whatever. They're doing all right. Like, good for them. You know, I'm happy they're successful, but I just don't think those are the type of guys that I would vibe with. Now, if I got an invite, would I go? Yeah, absolutely. If I didn't have like other friends or family I was going to see on July 4th, they were like, hey, Drifter, come by. I'd be like, it's better than sitting in my backyard by myself, you know? But it's one of those things where, okay, that invite is not going to affect. Oh, no, I guess that's not necessarily true. Like, would getting invited to a FaZe Clan party help my content? Probably. I'd maybe get like 3 new viewers, right? And, you know, that's not saying anything about FaZe at all either. I was just saying, I don't think a lot of the people that watch like FaZe Clan type content are going to be really super into my content either, you know? So it's like there's not going to be a lot of crossover in the viewership there. But for someone like Mizkif, who his content is about making content off other content creators, yeah, that would be rough.
We are pretty damn bad by not being invited to this thing.
No.
Yeah.
We do not fuck with weird people. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna keep it a stack, bro.
God, I'm still hungry.
I don't care.
Yeah, what happened was, the reason why this is being talked about is because there's this other kid called FaZe Stacy. Or maybe it's FaZe Lacey.
It's Lacey.
It's Lacey. He's the fat guy. Yeah, FaZe Lacey.
He's not even fat.
FaZe Lacey invited Miz to the party. Silky
He's
didn't fuck with that.
curvy.
He said, hell nah, because Silky... It's Lacey. It's Lacey.
Okay.
He's the fat guy. Yeah, FaZe Lacey, the fat guy. FaZe Lacey invited Miz to the party. Silky didn't fuck with that. He said, hell nah, because Silky doesn't forgive Mizkif for saying the hard R 7 years ago. Which, once again, that's everybody's choice.
You're not getting inside.
Yeah.
I seen Lacey invited him to the party. I'm retracting that invite. Like, what the fuck?
That's some shade,
I
man.
couldn't believe when I seen his name on. I said, nigga, what the fuck? I said, do y'all know about this nigga? Like, what the fuck? Have y'all seen?
Nobody knows who FaZe Silky is. I mean, guys, the
No.
guy at 24 minutes into his stream has 6,000 viewers and 12,000 subs.
That's
I know
true.
everybody's trying to paint like Silky like nobody knows him, but clearly this guy is a very successful.
He's got some numbers there, you know. Did Mizkif wait? Were they ever dating? I didn't know they were dating. All right, whatever. Did Mizkif ever apologize? It's too late to apologize for saying the N-word. I guess we'll just rely on the AI. Yes, he's publicly apologized. He's admitted in the past. Well, let's see. I don't want to read that yet, but we can read it later. I want to read the rest of this first. Well, wait, we have his response. We have his response. So we'll wait to see that. I think... Do I think it's right to ban him from a party for something he said 7 years ago that he has publicly apologized for? No. But do I think they have the right to ban him from their party for whatever reason they want? Yes. I think what should really happen here is Lacey and whatever this guy's name is, Silky, I think they said, should sit down and talk it out and both put their thoughts forward. But here's the thing. From what I've seen about Lacey, he seems like a pretty chill, go with the flow type of guy. So my guess is that Silky is going to say that's a hard no for the hard R. And Lacey's going to be like, okay, cool, bro. It was just a thought. It was like, it ain't a thought no more. I feel like that's how that would go down. Maybe how it did go down. But I feel like maybe it's just because I'm a big Jesus lover. I feel like forgiveness is key, you know?
Full streamer. I mean, already from this is like roughly $38,000 to $40,000 worth of subs. Like clearly this guy's successful, right?
Yeah, dude is putting up numbers.
This nigga when it comes to black, come on, bro. Talk to somebody with a big 5 gifted. Oh, yeah, word. No racist in disguise in the crib. We good. We don't need that.
Once again, I'm never going to guilt a black person for saying, oh man, he only said the hard R 7 years ago. Get over it. It's everybody else's decision. It's not anybody else to say. I think you're completely justified for who you do and who you don't fuck with. And if you
Exactly. I don't know if I made that part clear enough, because I did say like the whole forgiveness aspect, but if going back to the whole thing, it's like FaZe has every right to decide who they don't or do want in their party. The only reason I think they need to have that conversation is because one FaZe member invited him and one other FaZe member uninvited him. is it a justified reason for uninviting him? I think it's... See, I'm the type of person that's all about personal growth and always moving forward. And maybe I'm wrong, but I see Mizkif as relatively harmless. If it were someone that had a history of saying that type of shit, you know, like I can't think of a good example of someone that's like super racist, because normally they don't make it to the level of Mizkif or Tekton or any of those guys. But if there was someone that was like, there were actual concerns about being racist, I could be like, oh yeah, definitely, like, don't go anywhere near that guy. But at the same time, I do understand how, especially minority communities, are very quick to judge and very slow to forgive when it comes to their community being attacked as a whole. There's a lot of camaraderie between minority communities that doesn't exist between white people, really. You know, you don't generally, unless it's the white nationalists, but I don't want anything to do with those guys. They can go get fucked. So it's one of those things where it's like most white people these days aren't gonna say anything for someone using a racial slur against white people. Like, it's just like, whatever. That dude's a piece of shit. Move on. I don't want anything to do with him. And I can totally see why he feels that way about Mizkif. Now, 7 years later, after the dude has publicly apologized and run it back, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, maybe don't hold grudges that long, but at the same time, it's his house, partially. You know, he's part of the house, and it's his right to choose not to forgive, you know?
A friend that's going to come between shit and make shit weird between you and your other friends. I actually respect the fuck that face lazy for saying, oh shit, I fucked up, my bad, I should have asked.
Yes. Well, I don't know about the I should have asked part, but I think it's cool of Lacey to say, oh, you don't want him here? No, I'm good with that, right? Like, if you got roommates and stuff, and it would be different for different situations, right? If it's like a family member or a brother or a close bro or something like that, especially if they're just coming over, that would be one thing. But it's like just some random streamer who is being invited to a streamer event party, who also happens to be a kind of controversial streamer who someone in your house has a problem with. Yeah, totally. Like, be like, oh yeah, no, he doesn't need to come. I'm down with that.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. That's completely valid. Obviously, if other people don't want someone there, I didn't know that there was anything with Mizkif. To be honest, I didn't even know.
Yeah.
If I'm being like, when I invited him,
I didn't even really know about the R word thing, the hard R either. So, hey. It's a terribly stupid mistake. Do I think Mizkif meant anything by it? Absolutely not. I think he just thought it would be funny. Especially 7 years ago. It was that era of the internet, right? All kinds of people were saying that word just because they thought it would be funny.
I had no idea there was an issue, but now that I know there's an issue, obviously he's not going to come if other people have an issue. If my other friends have an issue with him, like, obviously. I just didn't know. I didn't know. But that's fine. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, so obviously, Lazy think that he fucked up.
So
here.
obviously,
I know a lot of you guys wouldn't care about this situation, but I also.
When did obviously become such an overused word?
Over or not, right? This is one of those situations. I don't really care, and also, let's just be real. there's a lot more underneath the surface that's what's currently being talked about online. There's a lot
Yeah.
of people who avoid Mizkif like the fucking plague.
I want to know
And
the
this
under the
obviously I
surface
don't need
stuff.
to get into right now. That's completely up to anybody to not want to fuck with anybody just because they're another streamer. That doesn't mean that you got to hang out with them. It's these people's choices. It's these people's life. And I think it's gay as fuck when people say, "Oh, you're a streamer? Yeah, come to everything I do. It is what it is." And
Right.
there's also the fucking N-word drama on top of that. All right, let's keep going here. So Mizkif responded.
Well, wait. How did this... This is a different video? Maybe? Is it on the main channel? No, last post was 13 days ago. So I guess this is a new response because this 29. This 28. Yeah. All right. So we'll finish watching this first.
Uninviting him from the face party invite, and man, I'm sorry. Does anybody else find?
Man,
this
I just
really
gotta
valid
say-
face party invite, and man.
I thought I had a lot of YouTube tabs open. Holy shit, Tectone. How much RAM do you have? It's got to be 64 minimum.
Mizkif responded to Silky uninviting him from the face party invite, and man, I'm sorry. Does anybody else find this really childish? Am I
Oh,
crazy?
absolutely.
Okay, I like this is a 33-year-old man.
I thought there was I had no idea it was about a 4th of July party invite. I thought maybe like Mizkif was having beef with FaZe for some reason or something. Like maybe he said something about one of their girlfriends or something and they didn't take that too pleasantly, you know? But no, it just seems like literally all that happened was Mizkif got invited and then he got uninvited, and it could have just ended there, right? Could have just ended there, but it didn't. So here we are, and now it's a whole thing, and that's life, I guess. That's what all the people say. It's absolutely super insanely childish. I could see if like he was live streaming. Like if I was in a business situation and someone on chat and says, "Hey, what about that whole face situation?" It's like, "Oh, well, so I guess that guy, what was his name? Silky." It's like well, apparently Silky doesn't want me there, so I mean, it's cool, I guess. I don't want to be there if I'm not welcome there. It's like that would just be an awkward situation. So, you know what, whatever. I'll just find something else to do. They can have their party. Maybe I'll throw my own party, but it is what it is. Whereas I feel like that's probably the exact opposite of what Mizkif said. So let's see what's going on here.
Beefing with 18 to 20-year-old little boys, saying I'm upset because I didn't get invited
Right.
to the birthday
They're all
party.
like little kids
Like, this
too.
is probably
I didn't even
one
think
the
of that.
Saddest, most pathetic situations I've ever had to cover in my entire journalistic career. I'm a journalist, just like Hassan, guys. This is, I mean, oh my God, I didn't get invited to the birthday party. Oh my God, I'm sorry, guys. This is so pathetic. But let's get in it. Let's get in it. Here we go.
This is also a FaZe Clan party. I mean, bro, you don't think FaZe Banks said stupid shit back in the day? Hell yeah, he did. He admits it. We all did.
Who
We all said
cares?
shit back in the day.
Yeah, but here's
That
the
doesn't
thing
make
you're
it
missing,
okay.
Is that, did you know that you just said FaZe Banks said things back in the day? friends forgiving friends for things they did back in the day is one thing.
Yes.
Miz, these people don't fucking know you.
No.
You're
They've
very
never
quick
met you.
to toss out a stranger if you hear him screaming an N-word at a black person. But then if your friend goes and he shoplifts something, you go, fuck, we'll work through it. You need to understand there's layers to this shit. People are more willing to forgive their friends, but Miz, these people don't fucking know.
Did someone that Mizkif knows shoplift something? Emma, shoplift. Of course it was Extra Emily! Dude, I told you that girl is a problem. I saw a video today, I think, that Valkyria was doing with Extra Emily. And I was like, dear God, no. Oh, what? This isn't what I thought it was. Okay. It's just Google sucking, right? This has nothing to do with shoplifting as far as I can tell. They want you to think it's shoplifting, but it's not shoplifting.
I think he literally just took a picture of your car.
Okay, I mean, is it cute?
That might be an LA Fitness guy.
Does he have a name tag on?
Yep.
Is that a name tag shining
You
on
should
him?
turn. Get out of here.
Wait, do I leave?
Yep.
Do I
That's the
leave?
guy at the front desk, 100%.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's taking a picture. He took a picture of my car.
He did.
Oh my god. Okay.
Loop around.
He just took 2 pictures of my car.
I don't know what that's really gonna do.
What? It's gonna...
She's so dumb. She's so dumb.
Fucking get out of here, man.
Just go.
He did take 2 pictures of my car.
Yeah, he was.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
no, now he's like... Wait, there's one more guy. Should we talk to him?
Victory lap?
What's he gonna do?
No, just leave. Just leave.
Oh my god, I was so...
All right, let's see if we can get. I don't know if there was an actual. Shoplifting thing as far as I can tell. So that was maybe some random thing he was talking about, or maybe there was one that I just don't know about and I can't find because Google sucks these days.
They got no reason to forgive you. They got no reason to fuck with you. And this is a big issue that I see that people don't understand this dynamic of the streaming space where you see these people and you like both these streamers, which means you both want them to be friends, but that's parasocial as fuck.
Yeah.
You got to understand, just because insert stream, like for example, just because you might like XQC and you might like me, that doesn't mean that me and XQC got to be friends now. That's not how it works. Like Hayes and Miz, they don't know each other at all, so they got no reason to forgive each other for shit that they don't fuck with. You all have your own moral code. You all have your own sense of justice in this world. It's up to you to live your life the way you want to live it. You don't got to do shit for viewers. It doesn't matter who your viewers like. You only fuck with the people you want to fuck with, and that's how people can live. It's fine. So all of this is over Mizkif saying retard. Oh, sweetheart. You think the hard R is retard? You know Minecraft? And you know when like you have a shovel?
Oh
and you
my
got some
God.
dirt? Well, that's because you're a digger. So it's not, well, he'll figure it out, guys. He'll figure it out. Anyways.
We all admit it. And it did take me a little bit longer to grow up than most. I said this shit when I was 22. But I'm a completely different person than when I was 22. I'm 30.
That's fine. It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean they have to invite you to their party.
Judge me as much because I think they understand. And
yes.
I know that you guys still watch me because you know the realities of the person that I am.
No, I'll be real. Do I like Mizkif? Fuck no. No, I don't. Obviously, I don't. Everybody knows I don't fucking like the guy. But I will say, I have known him, and there's a lot of things that I disagree with. But I will say, in big 2025, the guy's not a racist.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to be friends with somebody to have their back. If anybody's going after Mizkif because they think
I
he's
don't
a
know
racist,
Mizkif
well, they're just
at
wrong.
all, but I've seen his content primarily because of him. Like, well, he just orbits other streamers, you know, through like mostly I watched more like Asmongold and OnlyFans stuff, and he would die a lot in OnlyFans. And there's some Emmy stuff. Now I watch Tectone, I guess. I didn't like Tectone at all for a long time. When he was part of it's primarily because of OTK that I know who Mizkif is. And when Tectone was part of OTK, I didn't like him. But apparently when Tectone was part of OTK, he didn't like himself. And he feels more free to be himself now, which probably explains why I like him more now. Because, like, ever since he's left, it was maybe not ever since he's left. I don't even know how he started showing up in my recommended. But he did. And I random clicked some stuff, and you know, I agree with most of what he says. I think he's a weird gooner freak, but besides like his insane gotcha obsessions, I think he seems like a pretty chill dude. I don't know.
He's
now Mizkif. I find him entertaining at times, but I don't think let's put it this way. I think I could sit down and like hang out and like just I mean, I don't really drink much anymore, but you know, just like chill and drink coffee, have a chat. I guess Tectone doesn't drink really either, because I remember him saying that when he went to the Unsubscribed podcast, he had like one White Claw, and it was just kind of to fit in, almost like social drinking. I do social drink, but it's not like I don't feel pressure to, like, you know, I was at my cousin's birthday the other day. Everyone was there drinking. Maybe not everyone. I should have brought the alcohol over. Damn, I have alcohol in the house that I don't drink, that I keep forgetting to bring to family events. And it's all because when my parents were cleaning out the house in Pittsburgh, they like brought up 3 boxes of like liquor and stuff. I'm like, what am I going to do with this? Now the wine, I may eventually drink. I do like wine, but to be honest, I think it's been like 2 years since I opened a bottle of wine of my own accord, that it like wasn't for an event or something. But the wine I'll probably drink at some point if given enough time, and just like maybe I'll open a bottle tomorrow for the 4th of July. Is it the 4th of July yet? No. Okay. It's 2 days still to the 4th of July. I thought it switched over at midnight to the 3rd. But maybe I open one for the 4th of July. I don't know what I'm doing for the 4th of July yet. Maybe I go to the FaZe party for the 4th of July. I'm kidding. Why am I so pale? What is up with my lighting? I'm like literally just glowing today. I don't know what happened that caused the camera settings to reset or whatever, but for some reason I'm like pale and orange. I look like, I don't know. I'll fix that for the next stream. But I didn't even realize it until I started the stream, and I don't want to fuck with it during the stream. Like, there's no definition on my arm whatsoever. You can't see all the yard work I've been doing. Not that it's really starting to show that much yet anyways. But, okay. What I was saying, though, do I think I could hang out and chill with Tectone and like just, you know, chill and have a chat and do like non-content stuff with him as a person? Yeah, probably. Miskiff, I really don't know. Now, would I do content with Miskiff? Yeah, absolutely. But would I invite him over to be like, hey, dude, want to like sit on my back porch and smoke weed and talk about life? I don't know. I don't know. Tectone, I definitely want to hear his perspective on things. Not so sure about Miskiff.
He's just not. He was an edgy kid. He hung out with Ice Poseidon and co. They all
I
did
forgot
edgy
about
humor.
that.
You know, like I'm just, you know, I will still have his back, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, like he's not racist, guys. He's
No,
not, he doesn't
he's
talk
not
that
racist.
way
He's
at
just
all.
an
And he has a
edgy
black
class
friend. His name's
clown.
Russell. Anyways,
because you've seen my actions over the years.
Is he gonna bring up his
being
black
a
friend?
streamer.
That's so cringe.
I don't blame Silky for what he said. I know
Well,
a lot
that's
of you
good.
probably think I should hate or attack him. I don't blame Silky for what he said or how he's acting. It's understandable. If Silky would like to talk on or off stream, I would be happy to. Because
this is crazy over an invite to a birthday party.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was just like, he is so brokenhearted over this, bro. It's a fucking party. Just don't go. Throw your own damn party. You are a fucking multi-millionaire and have thousands of orbiters. People who would just love to bask in the shade of your streaming glory, Miskiff. Who gives a fuck about some stupid FaZe party? Not talking any shade on FaZe or anything, but it's like, you just go do your own thing, dude.
Though I will say, sorry guys, this is why I hate the streaming world, because I think shit like this is lame as fuck. Like this is
This is why I think I would get along with Tectone, because I think shit like this is lame as fuck too. If you can't tell from how
crazy to me.
animated
And
I'm getting.
Trying to humor this. People wanted me to talk about my opinion on this. I think this is one of the most childish things that I've ever seen. Is seeing a guy who's pushing 40 looked like he's on the verge of tears, not being invited to a FaZe birthday party.
I said that he was so broken up over it. Look, like it's like his whole week was ruined by this. Personally, I would have been like, "Oh, thank God." Like, to be fair, I'm pretty asocial. You know, it is very difficult to get me to go out to like anything. I don't leave the house. I just exist in this dank, dark basement. So, you know, if you told me that I was uninvited for a party, I'd be like, sweet, I could sleep in. Unless Poppy was gonna be there, then I'd be pissed.
Sorry, guys, this is insane to me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. I am so glad I'm out of this fucking spotlight scene. Jesus. I think the only event that I would actually, like for example, I wouldn't give a fuck about going to like an OTK mansion party. I don't care. The thing that I want to go to is game day.
What's
That's
game
just
day?
fun. Like one of those like charity soccer events. That's fun. Brother, this is a one-night birthday party to get drunk and make bad decisions. And I'll be real, if you get too drunk, Ludwig's going to call you a snake and then try to ruin your entire career.
I understand that if Silky doesn't like me,
Plus, like, I just want to go to game day so I can hit women. You know what I mean? Like, Nora
What
got
the
off too
fuck?
easy. I was trying to break her ankle, and somehow she was fine. And I kicked the out of that bitch, and I don't know how she survived. I
don't even know what's going on.
And that made me feel very weak, so I've trained every day to make sure I got better leg strength this time. So this way I can take him down, guys. This way I can take him down.
understand me, but I would be okay totally to do that. That was the jokes. The jokes were to be edgy. The jokes were tryhard spam. You know?
Yeah, you don't
That was
need-
a very huge thing on Twitch was tryhard. I mean,
You don't need
the
to
entire
explain it. We
website
were
was
there.
as fuck.
We all saw that era. There's a reason why they got rid of that emote, okay? Or did they get rid of that emote? Is it still there? Let me check. I think... Where's... I'm pretty sure they got rid of it. Oh, no, they didn't. When he says try hard spam, this is the emote he's talking about. So
N-word spam and TTS.
it's the
was a
black
very
guy, you know?
popular thing that people laughed at. They tried to get it through.
Yeah,
And
N-word
that's a lot of
spam and
popular
TTS
streamers
has
let it
always
go
been
through
huge,
because they thought it was funny.
especially for
And
those
I was
IRL
part of that
streamers.
movement, and I regret it. You know, I almost partially don't regret it because it was something I did that I learned was wrong.
I thought bro doubled down on saying that. I feel like this is just so overblown. I really do. I mean, it just makes Miz look really sad in this. It made Miz lose hella aura. I'll be real. I mean, if I were him, I would just say, okay, fuck your birthday party, and then I would have tried to throw a better one. Or
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said.
I understand it's a big career opportunity, but if your whole career is trying to make fake friendships out of people who don't fuck with you, I think that's a sad life. And maybe instead of worrying about those who don't fuck with you, maybe just worry about taking care of those who did or maybe still do. And I think that's a
Absolutely.
big issue with a lot of streamers is they're always chasing pastures new and they're never happy with what they have.
Mhm.
And I think that's what leads a lot of streamers down this path of destruction because they can never be content. And I think this is a big learning lesson for them. It's a shame.
The fact is that you know, you have to be yourself. You can never like if somebody doesn't like what I'm saying, they don't like what I'm doing or whatever. That's totally their prerogative.
Yeah, that's their right.
That's their prerogative, and I don't ever try to like court opinion in that way.
Absolutely.
Nope.
Be yourself. Yeah, be yourself.
When all that bullshit started being slinging around on me, what was that, 11 and a half months ago? How many streamers do you think I reached out to saying, oh my God, no. Fucking
Zero.
none. If people are going to sweat, because I'm not a guy who makes fake friendships. I'm not. If I've attempted to be your friend, like really your friend, not talk on a stream for a podcast, I mean, invite you to game off stream. Invite you to like meet my cats.
Someone in chat, I think, yeah, at the bottom, zombie. I guess you guys can't see that because my cam's in the way, and it's also under the progress bar. Anyways, says he generally looks like he's been crying. It's pink. You can see it when it scrolls up once I unpause it. But he does look like he was actually crying. And the crazy thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if he was. But it's like, you're a grown man, dude. You're gonna cry over a party invite?
Right? Go out to lunch, one-on-one, right? I'm attempting to be there for you for the rest of your fucking life. Even if we don't talk for months. If we were good the last time we talked, we will be good the next time we talk. Doesn't matter if it's
That's
been
how
2
I
years,
am with all my
doesn't matter if
friends.
it's been 5 years. I try to be easy. I don't care.
It's just
I'm
crazy
incredibly-
that I'm finding out lots of friends aren't that way. You know, I'll be like, yeah, well, why didn't you ever message me? It's like, I don't know. I was busy trying to get my life together. Why don't you ever message me? They never like look at themselves as like a two-way street. It's like, oh, you never talk to me anymore. It's like, well, you never talk to me anymore, dude. I'm like in the trenches trying to get my life together. You're living this like fucking wonderful life, traveling to vacation and shit. It's like, if you're like, if you really wanted to talk to me that bad, you should have just sent a message and asked how I was doing. And yeah, I know I'm not always great at getting back to it, literally streaming while I do this, but that's what the plan is tomorrow. You know, I've got my hair brushed finally. I need to vacuum in here. But tomorrow the entire plan is to just spend the day going through the messages that I have not managed to catch up with yet from when I wasn't feeling on top of the world, you know? But now that I'm back where I belong, we're about to go hard again, like we always do.
Low maintenance. I'm like a fucking cat. The problem is that too many streamers have this mindset where if they hear anything about you online and they're going to run with it immediately without checking with you, you don't need those people. You really don't. Those are not.
I wouldn't even say it's streamers. It's just people in general. You know, I had that in literally every workplace I've ever been in. I had that in the volunteer fire department. Like, people just fucking, it's not streamers, it's people in general. They just gossip behind your back. Shit, I have that with family, bro. It doesn't always happen, but there are times, especially when someone's drinking at some event, and then, like, you know, like Easter or something, the moment someone leaves, someone's got to say, oh, bro, I can't believe they did that. They did this. They sat on their phone the whole time, bro. It's like, who cares? Like, why does it really bother you? Chill. Like, and like, if it actually bothered you that much, walk up and say, hey, you want to come join the conversation? If it really bothers you that someone's just sitting on their phone in the corner, say something about it instead of like whispering behind their back and stuff. And then it's like, this is the other thing too. What he's talking about specifically is like, people will hear a rumor at you and never check with the person itself if it's true. You know, could be one of like your fucking log time homies, and they just stop talking to you. You're like, okay, whatever. I guess you were never a positive influence in my life anyways, and I just realized it. Just didn't realize it till now. Good riddance. Bye.
Type of people that you need in your life. And if you are not a friend that checks up with your homies when they hear some crazy ass shit before they formulate their opinion, right? Like, if you are really good friends with somebody and you hear some crazy shit about them online and you can't even DM them before casting them out into damnation, other people see that as a loss. I say, oh, thank God, liability gone. I reach out to
That's what I just said. That's what I just said.
Shit. They already know this shit's bullshit. They already know the content of my character. And I think I maybe actually lost.
Let the snakes reveal themselves.
I actually cared about, but his girlfriend hates me anyway, so it's probably fine. I mean, the girlfriend fucking hates my ass. Politics make people fucking crazy. Seer, yeah, no, I love Seer, but we're not talking anymore, unfortunately. I fucking love that guy, though. Miz worries way too much about the wrong people.
I agree.
Easier said than done for some people? It's
No,
easier
I don't
said
think
than
so.
done for everybody.
Yeah.
It's hard to do. You don't do it because it's easy. You do it because it's hard. And it's better for you.
Anything worth doing was never easy, you know? If it's worth doing, it's not going to be easy.
Life isn't easy all the time. That's it. You can't. The thing is that you can't be trying to get invited to all these parties and make everybody like you. You can't do that.
Yep.
I don't even like parties. I mean, I kind of like parties, but not like that, you know?
Or people don't like what I said, or they hold it against
I like chill parties, like, but not like parties. I don't think I would really enjoy a FaZe Clan party. Now, like I said, if I were invited, I'd go. I'd put in an appearance. I'd hang with the dudes, and hey, who knows? Maybe I'd enjoy it, right? I've went to things before that I didn't think I would enjoy, and I had a lot of fun. So it's entirely possible I would, but I'm just not a party I'm not a party person.
It's me. That's up to them.
Yep.
I'm not begging for people's approval. I never do.
Unless
if
it's
people like what
a
I'm
party
saying,
for a
good.
dungeon
If they
run.
don't, okay.
Yep.
That's life.
True.
I said this shit when I was 22. But I'm a completely different person than when I was 22. I'm 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the viewers don't judge me as much because I think they understand. And I know that you guys still watch. You know the reality of the person I am.
It's just so cringe.
Just stop.
Yeah. Yeah, just stop. Just stop, Miz.
You know, I've known Miz a long time.
Yep.
You need
Yeah.
to stop trying to get. You just,
I think he's probably known him longer than most other streamers that I'm aware of. So I'm interested to hear his perspective.
You know, I've known Miz a long time.
Yep.
You need to stop trying to get. You need to stop trying to fit in with people.
Yep.
Just stop.
No, oh yeah.
Yep.
Don't ever try to fit in with people. Just be yourself.
Do what you want to do. Like, you have to do what you want to do. Like, you can.
I'm
You just don't like
still
it, you can't change
hungry
it.
as
Yeah,
hell.
like,
I don't think I
that's
ate
it.
yesterday was the
Yeah,
problem.
I mean, and let's be real. I mean, it's common knowledge that Mizkiff treats a lot of people very shitty. And when you build your content around interacting with people frequently and you're known for being shitty to people, well, people don't really want to fuck with you. Right? So, like, maybe we really go on an arc of self-discovery where we try
There was
to
once-
treat people better, and then maybe your content.
There was once that he did really piss me off where he had, I forget what they were doing. He and Emmy were playing some game together. I think it was during it might have been during OnlyFans. And he like basically brought her to tears. And I was really mad at him. He was like trolling her and he just took it one step too far. I'm still really hungry. I'm going to make more hot dogs. I'll be right back. I think I forgot to eat yesterday. All right. This is probably the most food I've ever eaten on stream. Am I gonna turn into Mikado Avocado? He gets skinny and I get fat. No, I'm just. I don't even remember if I ate yesterday. Oh, you know, I did. Because was yesterday my cousin's birthday? Dude, I have had such weird sleep this week. We're just going to watch the video and I'm going to continue to stuff my face. And I'll wake up tomorrow feeling fat, but that's fine because I finished mowing the lawn today. So that was a fair bit of calories because I have a decent sized yard and I have to do it all by a push mower. Probably why I'm still feeling hungry. And I don't need to move tomorrow. I can just sit on my couch like a bum. I don't actually ever sit on my couch. Sometimes I sleep on it. If I do this thing, it exists right now. There are 4 loads of unfolded laundry on my bed. And I put it on my bed partially to try to force myself to fold my laundry before I go to sleep. And then I almost never do that. Either I throw it on the ground, which is terrible because it's clean. So I'm throwing clean laundry on the floor, which isn't like terribly dirty, but it's still not clean, you know? Or I I just pass out on the couch instead of getting the laundry off my bed. So I think that's why my sleep schedule is kind of fucked up and I don't remember if I ate yesterday, because I actually slept on the couch last night. And then I woke up, mowed the lawn, took a shower. Here we are.
Go back to hanging out with other people, but for as it is,
I'm eating, Charlie.
Hell no, that's just
Not
not
while I'm
going to
eating,
happen, right?
please.
I mean, it's like what's a good example of this? Ooh, if I were to say that would be no bueno. I'm going to say it anyways. It would essentially be like Rafflegator. Rafflegator is a streamer where his entire
I don't know who that
content
is.
relies on there being other people to do content with him.
Okay.
So if Rafflegator ever had a dark arc where he treated everybody like shit and everybody left him, well, would you really be surprised? No. When you're doing a stream and you're relying on other people to carry your content, you have to treat those around you with a little bit of respect and a little bit of kindness and a little bit of sympathy, not make them shave your legs. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you need to have a little bit
Miskiv
more,
made people shade his legs.
a little more deeper of an understanding of existentialism of what
Okay,
it means
you know
to be
what?
a human, and develop a little bit of
Get
empathy
out the
to understand,
pitchforks.
well,
We need to
maybe
hang
this
that
is why
guy.
people don't like me, rather than trying to make an emotional play saying, I'm 30, I've changed, I'm really sad, please invite me to your birthday party. And once again, all this is
Shave his eyebrows.
being invited to a birthday party, guys. Oh, I feel so fucking stupid talking about this shit, guys. Okay, and now
Okay.
we have XQC's take, which is great. I'll translate.
Oh God,
it as I often
XQZs.
do.
Dude, I have such mixed feelings about XQC. He's some of the dumbest things, but also there's a lot of times where he just is right too, and then there's some times where I just have no idea what he's saying.
Obviously, you guys know that XQC is a firm user and is fluent in moon runes. I will try to make this guy understandable in English real quick. So let him talk, and then I'll translate. Get him
Moon runes. That got me.
Chat. Yeah. I think you got electrocuted. Sorry.
Sometimes when you're down, people will kick you when you're really, really down.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Always.
Yes, they will.
Every time.
This is a very true state. Absolutely.
And you deserve to be in places, and they're not going to want you to get there.
Wait. We're not doing it right. Guys, I need to upgrade my reaction streamer thing. I'm still kind of new to the reaction streamer thing. Should I just not keep my camera locked so I can move it to wherever it needs to be? All right, here we go. All right, we're ready.
You. And I think the world is gonna go at Mizkif for who he used to be, that they forget about who he is right now.
A little bitch boy who's whining and complaining on the internet about not being invited to a 4th of July party for people that are like half his age, right?
Based. Giga Chad.
And the reality is that sometimes you just gotta make a path for yourself, and to find yourself from within first before you can reach a hand out.
Okay, now he's on some shit. Because that's what Mizkif doesn't do. He's always looking for bridges to get somewhere else instead of finding his own path.
Out to others than to see who you used to be as you will be later on.
What the fuck? Wait. What was the end of that? It made sense until he got to the end of the sentence, then it just didn't make sense anymore. I need to hear that whole thing again.
Forget about who he is right now.
Based. Giga Chad.
And the reality is that sometimes you just gotta make a path for yourself, and to find yourself from within first before you can reach a hand out to others, than to see who you used to be as you will be later on.
What the fuck are you even saying?
I don't know, man.
I know what he was trying to
Yeah.
say.
I get what he was trying to say now after I went back. So it's like, hey, sometimes he's basically saying you gotta walk the walk before you can talk the talk, you know? It's like, all right, you're telling people you aren't that person anymore, but you really gotta show them first, Mizkif.
But he didn't say that. So what he's attempting to say is we shouldn't judge people based on who they were. We should judge them on who they are today. And for those trying to get people to see how they are now, work on themselves to where other people will see it rather than you having to force that image on other people, right? But the other thing is that obviously, I mean, the only thing that Miz did that was bad wasn't just 7 years ago. I mean, obviously, there's probably a reason why a lot of people are avoiding him since he's moved to LA, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there's probably other shit beneath the surface that other people may or may not know about.
Yeah, that's true. We don't even know about any of the non-service stuff. This is the big thing he did recently that I'm aware of. Yo, Aqua Queen T, Soda Jack, instrumented out of the void. Very nice. Yeah, this is the first stream back. I haven't managed to. I'm like on the edge of it. There's still. I don't even have Discord open. It gives me anxiety how many messages I need to respond to still. And I was really hungry. And I've been saving these videos because I wanted to react to them on stream. There was like 10 videos I had saved, but I've been saving them for like 5 days, just waiting till I was back to where I needed to be. But let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on Discord, 4 on WhatsApp, I think 3 different ones on Instagram. But yeah, that's tomorrow or today for you guys. But I've been up all night, so it'll be when I wake up. But I'm glad to see you here too, Aqua Queen. Edging for a cause, you know it. Always edging, never stop edging. I am the Edge Master. I used to play that character a lot in Soul Calibur. You know who that is? He's the guy that is it the Edge Master? No, he's Weapon Master, I think he's actually called. I'm just gonna look it up. Oh, it's WoW Classic Soul. No, it is Soul Calibur. Yeah, the Edge Master. He is Keelik's teacher, I believe. And he knows basically every weapon in the game. he kind of switches weapons each time. The Master of Blades, what his soul lies in his experience. He's referred to as the true master of the Edge. Every file in the game also possesses. I basically play him when I'm playing people that don't play Soul Calibur, because he kind of just randomly picks different weapons. So it's just like, oh, okay, I'm Keelik this round. Oh, I'm Voldo. I don't know any of Voldo's moves. So it's like handicapping myself a little bit while also challenging myself to learn. But yeah, I'm basically out. I'm like on the outer edge of it. So when I wake up, I conquer my social anxiety. But I really was hungry and I wanted to. I could have just eaten off stream, but I missed all of you guys. I was so on the fence. I was like, man, I feel bad about streaming before I've gotten back to all the messages. But I hoped people would understand. You know, I'm just getting up and going. I should have been up. Yeah. I've been there many times. I'm not the best morning person. I love your YouTube videos. Oh, thank you. Very nice to watch. Always thank. I'm surprised. So the last one got way more views than I expected it for being 2.5 hours long. I didn't expect people to watch it like that at 2.5 hours long. So maybe I need to start doing longer ones again. Oh, I am gonna rant so much more. So did you watch the 2.5 hour one? The one about me? You did, right? Because yeah, you sent the message. I saw the message where it was like, I hope you find your way out of the void soon. So you got the whole references. Okay. So one of the things I was talking about, I don't know where that phlegm came from. Sinus issues, but let me drink something real quick. All right. One of the things I was talking about kind of is the whole leveling up aspect. I have the fire back in a way that I haven't in a very long time. In the past, reacting and commenting on stuff has been partially just I wanted to see things and eat dinner, but I also felt like I needed to stream, so I would just do that on stream. It's like, this is a video I want to watch. Also, I haven't eaten food today, so I'm going to stream me watching this video while I eat food. That's how my reaction content started, you know? And it's weird because two things have changed about me since then. I don't care, dude. Freaking bots. The kick bots are fucking terrible. I need to figure out something to do about them. Hopefully there's a way to solve kick bots. The things I've tried so far haven't worked, but I got distracted by that in my chat. All right. Oh yeah, what I was saying. So there's two things that are different now. One is that because I have the fire back, I very much more want to talk about my opinion on things a lot more. And not that I'm going to have an opinion on everything, but on this whole situation and everything we've talked about today, I've had a massive opinion on. And I've been pretty outspoken on it. So I'm willing to throw that out there a lot more. Plus, I don't feel compelled to stream the same way anymore. And that doesn't mean that I'm going to stream less. In fact, it probably means I'm going to be streaming more and more, but over a long period of time. Because I still have a lot of stuff I need to work out. There's still a lot of renovations around the house that needs to be finished. There's a lot of back-end work as far as the other content I'm working on that needs to be done. And the big thing is I've always had a passion for and been instinctually drawn and talented towards music. So I am working on that again in the background. That's why I have this microphone to begin with. It's more for recording vocals than for actually streaming, because the old mic I had, I still have it as a backup mic. This is not even my first streaming mic. This was just an upgraded streaming mic I got. My first one was like super cheap. I think I actually didn't even use a mic. I just used my Corsair headset, if I still know where that is, my gaming headset. This was my first microphone. I still need to get the Stream Deck working again, but that's just Linux bullshit. This is my first streaming microphone. Audio, well, the first legit one. Audio Technica 2005 USB. You can do USB or XLR. But now we've got the legit Warm Audio 47U. You can buy like 4 of these for the price of one of these. But yeah. Music, that's it. I was a band geek all through school. That's cool. I was never super a band geek, but kind of a band geek. So originally I started joining choirs in 2nd grade. I would do the Christmas choir and all kinds of things like that. And then I did join band for a year in 4th grade, maybe 5th grade too. Maybe it was all up through 8th grade, or it might have been through all of middle school. I don't remember. But I played oboe for at least a year or two. And then my parents sold my oboe when I said I was done. And I wish they'd never done that, because once I got older, I went back and I wanted to learn the oboe again. But the oboe is a real fucking expensive instrument, and I couldn't afford it, so I went and I bought a guitar instead. And I'm okay at guitar. I really do want to get better at guitar. I used to be pretty good at it when I was in college. I took both voice and guitar lessons in college, but it doesn't come naturally to me. It's like beating my head against a brick wall. I could get pretty good at it if I smash my skull in for a few months, but it just I find it nearly impossible to enter a flow state while playing guitar. But I'm very good at it with singing. I could do that instantaneously. So I am going to, right now, I do like a couple songs a day, or like the other night, I did like hours. Where is it? Is it this one? No, that's just, oh, that's the lyrics page. No, we're just gonna do a Gregorian chant now. I'm just kidding. My brain was fried. Is it this one? Okay, yeah. Yeah, yesterday, maybe not yesterday. Or where the fuck did it go? I was singing all these songs. Well, I didn't end up singing all of them, but they were all songs I wanted to sing. So like, we didn't sing that. I've never actually sang that song, but I have this one on vinyl. I have that vinyl. It's so good. But we did this. I didn't do the Monkees. I didn't do Dance Gavin Dance. This is so hard. We didn't do any of this stuff from Johnny Cash on. And then there were other things we did sing that like this is everything that has a purple line on. Oh, you can't even see this. I'm on the wrong scene. Everything that has a purple line under it here, pretty much all these music videos, all these different songs is something that I know how to sing. I have a karaoke list on Spotify. Wait, where is it? I haven't looked at this karaoke list in forever. Let's see how long it is. I have way too many damn playlists. I still gotta listen to the songs you sent me. Aqua Queen. They slipped my mind. But Epic Music sounds really cool though. Dude, where okay, playlists. There's too many things on here. Stream, where's the karaoke one? So the Drifter songs, where's that one? These ones, 249 songs. The karaoke playlist, eventually I switched to Tidal. So the bigger playlists are on Tidal now, I think. But yeah, that one's only 99 songs. But between the two of those, I'm sure there's some crossover. There's like 300 different songs I can sing at karaoke easily, just at the drop of a hat. Music that's the I did join choir at school at early years, but I don't have a singing voice. That's fine. Yeah, not everyone has one. I've thought about learning guitar or piano. I'm thinking about learning piano now. I mean, I will sing in the car or at home to a song, but I have no vocal range. So the only way you do that is practice. That's the only way to get vocal range. I used to have very, very bad vocal range. Like, I don't know what type of music you're into. Do you know Breaking Benjamin? I used to find these songs so hard to sing when I was in high school. This was like the upper edge of my range. And it's not even that high. But as you can hear my speaking voice, right? I'm a natural baritone. If I want to do something easy, it's Frank Sinatra, right? Like, I don't need to go anywhere. Like, Frank Sinatra's just right here where I'm talking. I just sing there, and that's Frank Sinatra. If we're doing, like, I don't want to play too much of this, but, like, I used to struggle getting up here. This is the type of shit I listened to when I was in high school. Now, I can do this. I love math rock, by the way. This is like post-hardcore math rock. Yeah, so that's all the copyrighted music I'm going to play on the stream for now, especially because I believe that was within fair use because I was kind of commenting on it. But streaming copyrighted music is a whole problem. So we're not going to do that. But I have to go for now. Good day. Take care. Okay, yeah, I will absolutely message you back once I wake up because that is number one on the priority list for tomorrow. So far, I've caught up with everything else I had to do. I got all the knots out of my hair. Well, maybe not all of them. There's still a few, but I got most of them. I did the brush down. After my next shower, I'm going to do the brush up. I'm going to moisturize real well and all that stuff. My hair should be mostly back to good. I got to work on the beard a little bit, though. Still need to do that. But, you know, it's been, I got the lawn mowed. I got so much laundry folded. We're just digging myself back out of the little hole I made for myself. But I hope you have a wonderful day, Aqua Queen. I'm sure I will see you around. But
yeah, I mean,
for anyone who's interested, just take a song that's just slightly out of your range, just very slightly, and then learn to sing that really well. And then I started with like that Breathe song, and then after that I went to like this song. Dude, this was one of the songs that I learned to scream to, because there's only one scream in here, right? And it's like right here, maybe. Yeah, it's literally right here. Or am I after it? Yeah, I'm just after it. It's right here, maybe? Yeah, this is the one scream. For a chance I know this is who I really am. I didn't warm up, of course, at all, but and you should really scream up. You should really warm up before you scream. But clearly, 30 Seconds to Mars is way higher than the Breaking Benjamin song was. So it's really just about incrementally increasing your directions. And crazily enough, I've gone way farther upwards than I have downwards. But I can do Johnny Cash, and I mean, there's not much lower than Johnny Cash unless you get into like actual Gregorian chants and stuff like that. And at that point, it's like you're just grumbling and growling into a mic.
I think there's a reason for everything, but I understand what XQC was trying to say there. He didn't say it, but it was a very good attempt, and that's all that matters, because I love XQC.
I love XQC. He's pretty funny. He is always entertaining.
Giga Chad, in the form of XQC, handled the phase party, which is what Miz should have handled it as.
Yo, XQC, wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
What do you want?
You coming to the party on 4th of July?
Because parties and cameras is fucking cringe high schooler shit.
Don't try to downplay a cool party, brothers, because you are a loser.
Bro, if you're filming at a party, you're a loser.
Based.
Yep.
I can't believe I just said that. That might be the only time I've ever said that unironically.
Actually fucking obliterated. My advice would be, Miz, just take some more time.
I said this one time earlier. I went to one high school party while I was in college, and I was like, never fucking again.
To work on yourself. Go into your little hermit arc. Stop interacting with so many streamers. Focus on yourself. Show that you've changed the world. You almost had it with the Japan.
I love a good hermit arc. I've got so many of them.
Arc, you taking care of the kids, huge PRW, but then you fucked it up by climbing on those trees. That was an L move.
Yeah, the
We just
trees,
gotta try to be
dude.
Respectful and not do everything for content.
That's what this
But
was.
maybe instead of LA, maybe the play was to move to Japan.
This is like-
instead for a redemption arc. I don't know. My take on all this. It's a birthday party. Who cares? Oh my God, I didn't get invited to the phase 4th of July birthday party, guys.
I think that's what he should have done.
We're 30 years old, guys. It's time to start acting like it. And as a little bonus, we have a clip of women being way too comfortable on the internet.
I don't know. NMP kind of gives me kind of like weirdo vibes. He kind of gives off the vibes of like
I think he's a fucker.
Yeah, well he gives off. But like no shade or no like, you know, gives off the hey, I have followers kind of vibe, and then I'm gonna, you know, yeah, we can stream together, but also I'm gonna try to like hit on you afterwards, and then try to make you sleep with me kind of vibe, and then like if you say no, I'm gonna like force myself on you kind of vibe.
What?
This is what I get.
What the hell is she talking about?
I've gotten so comfortable on the internet. This woman said, NMP gives me rapist vibes. NMP, I think, is going to.
I don't know who NMP is.
Yes.
Who's NMP?
This is 2025. I left the comment on this post saying, did this chick just say no shade, but he's a rapist?
Yeah, that's kind of funny when she started with no shade,
You will face
but.
the consequences of your own actions. One day, your words will hold weight. One day, saying crazy ass shit like this is going to get you fucked over in court. One day, false allegations are going to land you in prison. Today is not
Hey,
that
what's
day.
going
A
on
lot
with
of
your
you believe
computer?
all women. Hey, guys, I believe all men. This chick, dumbass hoe. Let's be real. Why don't we just keep to ourselves?
I don't believe anyone. Everyone fucking
crazy-ass
lies.
shit? Guys, $1,000. You know what? I'm not even going to say it because I don't want to promote it. Just a nice little clip of, you know, more women doing some crazy ass shit because streamers just simply can't get any worse.
Oh, she's got an OnlyFans, doesn't she? That makes it make so much more sense.
And they. What a joke. Like, comment, subscribe. Hope you enjoyed the video. Did you get invited to the FaZe birthday party? Leave me a comment.
I don't know.
Top 5 commenters will go to the
It's
FaZe
possible.
party. Whoa! This is going to be
I'm like-
insane. All right, peace.
I'm like 2 weeks behind on responding to DMs, so it's theoretically entirely possible that I got invited to the FaZe party, and I just don't know it. Yeah, it's not impossible. It's just highly improbable. All right. Am I actually going to listen to this?
Classic. Do you guys think it's exhausting? Like, I'm tired.
Ugh, just so stupid.
Who has more subs, me or Silky? That's what matters. Dude, you chose LA. You think that this is the deterrence of me living in LA or not? Is Silky saying I'm not allowed to go to the FaZe Clan house?
I think choosing to live in LA is one of the stupidest mistakes anyone could ever make, regardless of what you're doing, unless you like are a Hollywood actor. It's really the only good reason I could ever think of to live in LA. Ms. Kiff. How many subs? 9,265. How many? What's Silky? Oh, you just barely have more than a Miskiff. I think he's got more average viewers though. But it's more concurrent viewers. Yeah, so that's kind of funny that it's so revealing that the first thing his brain did was go, so like, wait, which of us has more viewers?
I moved to LA because I want to enjoy my life, because I have a lot of fun here and I have a lot of friends here that I enjoy. Silky has 11,000 subs. He has 11,598. Okay, we need to beat Silky's sub count, otherwise he's right. All right, let's address
Oh,
this and talk.
so that's probably what happened. He probably had his chat spam his subs.
On a list that when I seen the list, I say, yo, I'm not jacking them. I'm personally here saying, right now, bro, I don't get, no, I don't care, bro. Miz Kim tries to censor the door, he's not getting inside. No. We do not f with weird people. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna keep it a stack, bro. He's gonna see this clip. I don't care. He's not getting inside. I seen Lacey invited him to the party. I'm retracting that invite. It's not happening, King. Yo. Like, what the fuck? I couldn't believe when I see this name on. I said, what the fuck? I said, do y'all know about this nigga? Like, what the fuck? Have y'all seen this nigga when it comes to black people? Come on, bro. Yeah, word. No racist in disguise in the crib.
Oh shit, I'm on the wrong. No.
Listen,
It's gonna mess up. I'm on the wrong. I need to switch accounts. Let me switch to my Watcher account. I'm watching streamer drama on my main account. That's not supposed to happen. Wait, I got to go back and fix the main account too. All right, so there's that. But I need to delete that off my main account. We'll do that on the other window.
First of all,
where was he? He was like, here.
Bro, I don't get. No, I don't care, bro. Minute Kip tries to censor the door, he's not getting inside. No.
He leaves. At least you don't have to wonder where his thoughts are on it. He's just laying it all out there. He is not getting inside.
Into the party. I'm retracting that invite. It's not happening, King.
Yo.
Like, what the fuck? I couldn't believe when I see this name on. I said, what the? I said, do y'all know about this nigga? Like, what the fuck? Have y'all seen this nigga when it comes to black people? Come on, bro. Yeah, word. No racist in disguise in the crib. We good. We don't need that.
Listen, Silky claims I'm a closeted racist, but I was never able to come out of that closet because I lived with 3 black people for years who are still.
Oh, it's so cringe. That's always the worst excuse when someone calls you a racist. I'm not a racist because I have black friends. It just makes my head hurt that he would even. That's the first card he pulled, literally. It's not even. All right. So I need to see what happened. First of all, let me get rid of this video. That's not supposed to be on my main account because I only want music on my main account. I'm suing FaZe? No fucking way. Okay, hold on. There's an update. As if Miskiff wasn't the biggest bitch that ever existed already. He's apparently suing FaZe over this. Hold on. I'm way more personally interested in the Mango situation because I feel like that's a real serious thing. Someone struggling with addiction. Whereas this is just bullshit kid drama. But I need to know somehow, you know?
Wait, I kind of look good today. Anyway, what's going on with you guys, chat? I did change up my hair a little bit.
I didn't even know I was subscribed to Miskiff.
But it's definitely not the hair that I had. So I kind of like this haircut. One in chat if you don't like it. Do you fuck with it? I kind of fuck with it. I think the old haircut kind of makes me look like I'm going to a FaZe party. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't... I'll be honest, I'm still upset about it. I'm still pissed I'm not going. Like, I don't think it's fair. I'm actually still mad about it. It's not fair. I'm not sure why I was not invited. Like, straight up. You guys agree, I agree. I should be available to go. It's not fair.
You can't see it because it's behind the shit right now. But Edwin... Oh, wait, can you? Yeah, it's right there at the bottom. Edwin 3RX. Pussy. Why are you upset about being a grown man that's not getting invited to a high school party? That's fucking creepy, dude.
It's not fair. Don't know what it is. Apparently, I actually do know what it is because Silky talked about it and he addressed what he thinks is the reason why I'm not going. So, as you all know,
It doesn't matter if he's right in his estimation of you. What matters is that he doesn't want you there, and it's his house. He's part of that household, and the rest of his crew agrees with him. Now, if Lacey had been more like, no, but like, Miskiff's my bro, he ain't like that, I want him here, and then it became a whole other thing and it spiraled out of control, that would be a different thing. But no. Silky was like, nah, I don't want that dude here. And Lacey was like, yeah, you know what? That's fine. Like, it was just thought. We're good. We don't need him here. You're only making it worse, Miskiff. It shouldn't even be an L. You've got better things you could be doing with your life as a 30-something-year-old, but you're obsessing over this child's party. This, like, not calling... no disrespect to FaZe. I want to be clear with that. But it's just... until you've reached... once you've reached, like, 30, everyone under 25 seems like they're 12 to you, right? So it's just like, I do not think I could have fun at that party. Now, don't be wrong. Don't get me wrong. I could be wrong. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible. Who knows? Maybe I really enjoy playing some Flip Cup or whatever it is the kids do these days. I used to be kind of good at Flip Cup, actually. 15 years ago. Not exactly 15. It would have been like... it would have been like 16, but still. Damn, I'm too old. No, I mean, I did the math backwards. It would have been 14, but still, the people also called it Civil War back then. But the point is, like, grow up, Miskiff. Like, why are you upset about something that, like, shouldn't have even been a thing in the first place, really? You're creating an L out of thin air.
I'm racist. That's been pretty obvious for quite some time, especially where I've come from. I'm a very racist man. I'm a well-known racist. Silky, doing a very smart thing, told me that I can't go to the party because I'm not racist. He said he's not stepping inside. We do not fuck with weird people. The weird part being that I'm racist, which, again, isn't really weird to any of you guys because you guys know where I come from. So, of course I'm racist. In fact, I even thought about playing RuneScape today. I'm so racist. It had millions of people talking about the fact that I'm a racist, which was hilarious to me. People were like, oh, dude, Miz is so butthurt about not being able to go to the party. That was the big thing. Miz is upset that he can't go to the party. Of course I'm upset that I can't go to the party. That hurts because I would love to go. It sounds like a great time. However, I think the more prominent issue that is probably the reason why I'm upset or annoyed is because I got called a racist.
You're a bitch. And a racist. I'm kidding about the second part, but not about the first part. Like, why does it even matter what they're saying about you? You don't even know these dudes like that.
That's the thing I think that hurts or is more annoying. I can care less about the party. What I care about is being called a racist, and that people try to take logs from 7 years ago and claim I'm a racist and use that as a reason to dislike me. It's ridiculous. And therefore, then it goes viral. Then people talk about it like, oh, Miz is a racist. And then this is exactly how we get in the position we're in, where everyone just wants to hate on me. Which...
And it keeps happening because it works every time, Miskiff. Because you always take the bait. And the thing is, you know you're taking the bait, but you can't stop yourself because you're addicted to the attention. You even said it yourself.
It's like me. It's ridiculous. And therefore, then it goes viral. Then people talk about it like, oh, Miz is a racist. And then this is exactly how we get in the position we're in, where everyone just wants to hate on me. Which I've just at this point completely accepted that we're a hated chat. We are a hated community. It is demon time.
It's because you've done it to yourself,
like
dude.
This, where people say stuff like this and think it's okay to call me a racist is the reason why we get hated. Is because now people are like, oh, let's not talk to Miz or deal with him. This guy is a racist. So Silky goes and says I'm a racist. He says I'm not invited to the Facebook.
I'm almost done with his complaining.
Okay. This is
you got like 30 seconds left,
I
dude.
respond and say that I was 22. Taylor Swift was making music at 22. I was saying slurs. You know, like We were all doing different things. I'm a completely different person. I'm 30, and I don't say this shit anymore. Most of the internet actually agreed with me. Most of Twitter even agreed with me. They're like, yep, Miz, honestly.
Who gives a
made good
fuck?
point." I even saw people in Silky's community saying that I made a good point and that I was right and everything I was saying made sense. So people agree with me.
doesn't
Like,
matter.
Miz has changed. He's developed.
It doesn't matter. If he doesn't want you at the party, he doesn't want you at the party. Okay, who cares what some random dude that you've never had a conversation with about thinks? Like, oh my God.
He's moved on from this stuff. He's not a racist. And I kind of was like, well, is that really the reason why Silky doesn't want me to go? Is because I'm a racist? Again, I don't really care about the party. In fact, I give two fucks about it. For me, what I cared more about was why I was hated, which is because I'm racist. That hurts a lot more than going to a party. Don't get me wrong, I would like to go to the party. What matters to me the most is that I'm getting called a racist.
All right, grow a fucking
There's a
backbone.
big difference. Being, hey, Miz,
I
you
think
can't
I'm
go
done
to a
with that.
party, that's fine. Hey, Miz, you can't go to a party because you're racist. Well, now we have a problem. Why am I a racist? Racist is such a strong word.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the whole Ludwig situation. This is actual things. Where's the Tectone version? Because this is longer. And I'm getting tired. I kind of want to go to sleep. Trump's last warning to see it, dude. There's the Tectone one. Let's do the Tectone one because this is shorter, right? Did Ludwig respond to Tectone? That's why I'm wondering, because Tectone said some stuff
Hey,
about
YouTube,
this
what's
video.
going on? Today is actually going to be a little bit different from my normal videos. Unfortunately, a content creator by the name of Ludwig has invoked my name. And Ludwig has enough viewers where I'll actually give a fuck. Because blasting...
Uh-oh. Dude, that's like summoning he who shall not be named. Obviously, I'm not big enough to matter. Because he said Ludwig has enough viewers that I'll ever actually give a fuck. I had like a good comment there, but I totally brain farted. Because honestly, I was thinking about just how weird the carbonation of the Sprite with tea is. I really want this stuff to be gone so I can stop drinking it. It was good, but it's one of those things that it was like, I definitely didn't need a full case, but you can like really only buy pop-ed cases these days. I just wanted one to taste it. I should have went and seen if there was like a refrigerator section at the front that had some open ones in there, but I doubt it. They only put the ones that everyone's gonna drink, like the basic Coke, vanilla Coke, Diet Coke. There's no Pepsi because nobody drinks that.
me in front of that many people, well, obviously I gotta say something, right? Obviously I gotta say something. So we're gonna say something. Now, I would like to pretense this. I know there's a lot of people who don't like Ludwig right now. I know that that's how it is. And I know for me, it's very beneficial.
I have such mixed feelings about Ludwig. He's kind of an idiot. I think he's like overall... I don't know how I feel about him. Like, I just really don't know how I feel about Ludwig. He's kind of dumb. That's all I know so far. But it's just like... I used to watch his Mogul Mail channel a little bit. But, I don't know. There's just some things he's done and said lately. And it's just like, really, bro? Really, bro? Like... And this latest thing was I don't know. Let's see what he responds before I say anything. Since he's talking about the latest thing.
Ludwig, the guy's a piece of shit. The guy's a rat. And to be honest, I did say the rat, but that's just for clickbait. That's just for views. You know how that goes. To be completely honest, I was actually a big fan of Ludwig for quite a while. To be honest, I still think he's honestly a pretty okay guy.
Yeah.
Not really as much as he used to.
I will say, in the grand scheme of things, especially as far as creators go, one of the better ones. You know, like, he's no Mama Max. He's no Hassan, but his connections with Hassan are kind of I think he's absolutely a rat. He's spineless. I'm just pulling these things out of his chat, right? Because they're saying he's a rat, a spineless rat. Absolutely. Like, he's taken down videos that mentioned Hassan because Hassan asked him to. And I can kind of get that, right? Because if they're friends, you know, if I had a video up, especially when you're live like this for hours at a time, you're just spitballing, sometimes you say some shit. If, like, I said something about a friend or mentioned something and someone was like, hey, could you take that down? I'd be like, yeah, why not? Now, first I'd tell them about the Streisand effect, and I'd be like, you know, if it disappears, more people are gonna see it, right? And then if they still want to take it down, I'd be like, okay, yeah, because I don't have a problem with necessarily taking down videos. I'm not going to take one down if someone tries to censor me or anything like that. And if it does, like, get me blocked on a platform, then I'm just going to upload it every other platform I can and spam it all over the internet until they regret they ever fucked with me, which will probably be never, because likely I'll just be banned into oblivion and no one will have any idea of my existence and my struggles, but it is what it is. So, but if it's just like a little thing where someone's like, hey, I'd rather that story not be out there on the internet. I'd be like, okay, yeah. It doesn't need to be. So I could totally see Ludwig taking something down because he's friends with Hassan, and Hassan was like, you know, I'd really prefer if you cut that part out. And be like, okay, yeah. My B. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to do... I wasn't really thinking that through. On the other side of that, there's been a pattern of behavior of Ludwig backpedaling, and I'd say with this most recent thing, even starting to virtue signal, where it just makes me wonder if it's like not even a he was friends with Hassan thing. It was just someone who had clout told him to do something, so he capitulated, you know? And I'm kind of annoyed over the Mango situation. I feel like all these people that were supposed to be his friends sent him up to fail. Apparently, Mango's wife tweeted something about this. Mango's wife. Yeah. So there's some thing there. The Times of India, bro, the Indian newspapers are fucking commenting on this. But okay, so this is what Mango's wife says. But since I'm not bound by shit as a civilian, at Ludwig Ogren, I fucking watched you on stream asking for Mango to take shots. Of course, your little teeny bopper view bitch ass wanted to pretend that that never happened. People were vomiting at your event and you never once decided to pull. Hope you, I'm sure she said pull the plug there. Hope you enjoy your grace for banning Mango while encouraging him to get fucking wasted. Fuck you, Lud. Word for, I need to do a shot. Word for word, I need to do a shot. Where's Mango? Yeah. That the Mango guy is married with a kid. Yeah, for many years. You're using those question marks like something we should already know. When the only footage I've seen of this guy, I mean, whatever, dude. What? That's just like random bullshit. It was Mango's fault for being weird and harassing girls, but Ludwig was always glorifying his drinking and encouraging. Drinking is so cool, guys. Mango is a bro. Stop being a nerd type behavior. Yeah. So what is this? I'm morbidly curious. I shouldn't be clicking on clicks without looking at them first, especially on Reddit. Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh. It looks like Ludwig kind of has a pattern of alcoholism too.
I'm good, man. That's all right. Thank you. Yeah. When we get more drunk, it might be a yes. Yeah, give us like 4 hours, all right, man? If you're still here. All right. I like it. Appreciate you. All right.
I think we're live. I think we're live.
Why do they all look like copies of him? You know, like they're different variations. You know, they're like different shiny Pokemons of Ludwig. How is this a stream? Like, why? Who would watch this? Why do so many people watch this? What is? Are people on the internet really so brain dead that instead of going out and having fun with friends at a bar, they would sit at home and watch someone else go out and have fun with friends at a bar? I don't understand why that's necessarily. I'm not gonna look through that to see if there's any. If you want specific examples, show me, is what I'm gonna say there. Yeah, exactly. Why do people watch this shit? Just go to the bar yourself. It's generally great stream vid. They hit so much less hard. The bar one just made me sad. Not like Lud. He's an obnoxious ass in it. While Doug and Co are trying to wrangle him because he's acting like a child. Yeah, I didn't love the stream either. Love became utterly wasted like an hour into it, and the other guys had to babysit him, keep him out of jail. Like, alcohol causes more problems than like anything else in the world. All the lug meat riders ignore this. They know Mangle can't handle his alcohol at best. At worst is an alcoholic. I don't think there's any doubt that Mango is an alcoholic. It's been well known within the Super Smash Bros. Community for years, to the point where even I knew it. And I'm like, I've been to one Super Smash Bros. Tournament, I think, like one official one in my life. And I got eliminated in the first round by a fox that, like, I think he four-stalked me one round, but not both rounds. Because Mango is like a legendary God Oak in the Yard Boys' pantheon. What the fuck? I don't know what's going on in this. Dude, this internet, like, what is this? This makes no more sense to me. Every event is made 10 times more epic. So, really fucking... And every time he does, something really fucking stupid happens. Except one time he appeared on the yard healthy and sober, and everybody thought he would work his shit out. Guess not. But they enabled the hell out of him. Everybody in the Smash community does. Yeah. Ludwig definitely should be criticized for fostering a drunken environment. However, I feel like her bigger concern should be with her husband, who sexually harassed multiple women of his own volition, cheating on her in the process. I'm just shocked this dude has a wife. This is an interesting one to unpack. Let's see what everyone else says. At the end of the day, you can criticize both. Encouraging alcoholing as drinking behavior, even if that alcoholing doesn't end up hurting anyone. Encouraging an addict to relapse is not appropriate behavior in any context. Mango should not have exposed himself to the event, knowing there would be alcohol there, but Ludwig, as the host, has a degree of responsibility in encouraging the behavior, not challenging. Yeah. Basically, I also find it interesting that he didn't mention the cheating thing. I wouldn't really consider that cheating. I don't think. I think there was. I've seen the clips. I think there was absolutely zero intent behind it. I think it was like literally just childish pull my finger type shit, except it was a drunk dude making sexually suggestive moves near a woman. Now, is that make it any less bad? No, but this person seems to be clearly and disingenuously attributing it to intent to him that doesn't appear to be there. Now, here's the thing. Wait, I want to see what are the other remarks here. Well, let me finish my thought. So here's the thing. They're definitely equally at fault. No one can really hold anyone accountable for Mango's actions except Mango, right? Mango is a grown man. He should know better. He should be able to control his alcohol consumption. And if he can't control his alcohol consumption, he should know better and should stay away from alcohol. It's that simple. You know who one of the most inspiring dudes, someone who I really look up to? Royce da 5'9". So this one right here, I find interesting, right? I thought this was huge, right? So Hot 97, Funk Flex. This is
Yo, what's up? This is Royce the 5'9".
Ciroc Studios.
Representing Prime. You know what I come here to
let me see if I can remember where it is. Oh, the closed captions aren't available. You know what we can do? We're gonna share, copy. YouTube. This thing. Get the transcript. And give it a minute. Does it not work on music? Does it only work? I've never tried to use this on a music video before. There's no transcript that I'm seeing. Can I paste? Yeah, no. It didn't work. Damn it. All right. I've never seen this not work, but I've also never tried it on a music video before. So there is.
to do. Prime is in stores 3/16. Go get that.
Funk Flex, Ciroc Studios, Royce the 5'9".
Alcohol everywhere. Because it's Ciroc Studios, right? Sponsored by Ciroc. He's got a monster over there.
DJ Premier, we're here, baby. Oh, man. Oh, man.
I don't know where it is. I don't feel like calling through the whole thing, but the dude used to have so many demons with alcohol. Eminem was pills. Royce was the bottle. I guess they both come in a bottle, just a different kind of bottle, right? And eventually he conquered that. During this freestyle, he says, "My proudest moment was when I got quiet to get sober, and silence is gold." I think that's the correct quote. If I misquoted it, I apologize, Royce. You said it better anyways. But I thought this was the coolest thing right here. Freestyle number 100, right? This is one of the best freestyles I've ever seen in my life recently. So that was 7 years ago. This is 5 years now ago. That's crazy. But I also, let's just get to the point here. So you can see, oh, what's that? What's that? Uh-oh, Royce. What you got there?
Yes, sir. LA Leakers, just incredible sour milk.
That's right.
Yo.
Special moment tonight, man.
Number 100. It had to be
It's
a little
so
different.
good.
All DSPs. That's right.
There you go.
Well said. Your contributions to hip hop, man.
This is one of the most
Appreciative, man. Thank you.
insane raps I've ever heard in my life, and one of the most insane freestyles.
LA Leakers Liftoff Show number 1 for hip hop.
Know that.
Yes, sir. Special moment tonight on the Liftoff Show.
Yeah.
Yo, man, shout out to the whole LA Leaker Liftoff, Power 106, Power Digital team. We've made it to 100 freestyles.
100, man. And listen, we wasn't going to half-ass nothing.
Notice how there's 2 bottles, right?
Hell no.
We said this is number 100. It has to be special. It can't be no bootleg-ass MCs up here. I mean,
We
come
brought
on,
the
man.
truth out, man.
You see the ring? Come
Hey.
on, man.
Freestyle 100.
Yeah.
I'm drinking apple cider.
Just so y'all know, apple cider.
It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure.
See, this is how a man deals with it. They got the real shit. He's like, I got my apple cider. This is how a man knows how to deal with his problem.
Cheers
Head
to
on.
100, man.
I don't know if I can handle it, man.
Some says you can.
I'm afraid right now, man.
Some says you got it under control. Hey, man. Cheers to 100. LA Leakers Power 106. Lift off.
Yes, sir.
You can still be social, and even be social in areas with alcohol if you have that problem, but you need to take precautions. Now, that being said, this was an entire event focused around alcohol, which is something that probably you, unless you like have the will of a god, you need to just say no at that point and be like, look, I don't think I can go to these anymore. I really appreciate you inviting me to Burial Cart, and I had fun the previous years, but I'm working on myself right now, and I just can't do that anymore. Now, so yes, the greatest portion of blame does lay with Mango. First of all, for like even going and getting that drunk in the first place, and second of all, for treating the women like that. The bad thing about it is that it happened over and over and over again, and there were like a few places where people kind of were like, yo, cut it out, and he didn't. And look, alcohol is not an excuse. I don't care how many beers you've had. I don't care if you were blackout drunk. If you, first of all, maybe I'm just weird, but even when I was like younger and like tried to use alcohol to convince myself to do something, it wouldn't work. So I don't know if it necessarily, I'm sure it does have the effect it has on the decision-making process is going to be different for everyone, like all drugs. And it didn't supremely negatively affect my decision-making process, really. But that doesn't mean it doesn't do the same thing for that. It doesn't mean it doesn't do that for other people, you know? Alcohol doesn't make me angry, but I've definitely seen it make other people angry. What it does do is make me tired, which is one of the reasons I don't really drink it anymore, right? Especially on stream, because the last thing I want to do is like get 2 beers in. I'll be like an hour into this, 2 hours, hour into the stream, be like, you know what, guys, I'm just kind of tired right now, so I'm gonna go take a nap. The only time I really drink is if I'm like going to like a family gathering, and even them, I don't do that anymore. It would be like a situation where like New Year's I would drink. Someone gives me champagne, sure, I'll drink the champagne. Christmas, we often have like some spiced wine or something like that. I'll drink that. The most likely situation for me to drink is one of two scenarios. The one doesn't happen anymore, so we'll go with the one that does happen. When I go out with family when they're in town, we'll go to like a Max and Irma's or a Permane Brothers or something, and I get a beer while I'm there. I get a beer to eat with my sandwich. I get the big beer, like the double, the 22 ouncer, and I'll drink that. I drink one big beer. So the other time that it does happen is karaoke, but I don't go to karaoke anymore. I like having a little bit of fun drinking at karaoke. And I forget what the point of this all was, because we got another bot in chat, and it distracted me. Let's see. Ruined my train of thought. Oh, yeah, I'll get to it. But here's the thing. No matter how drunk, no matter how drunk I've gotten in my life, I've never made a decision where I was like, oh yeah, it would be totally cool, totally fair and chill to like hump Toad behind this girl's head really close to her. In fact, I've kind of done the opposite. There's been times where I was drunk, and because I felt like we were both too drunk, I didn't want to hook up with that girl at that college party, you know? So, regardless of the alcohol involved, there's still a decision-making process. And if alcohol affects your decision-making process that bad, you need to walk away from that shit entirely and never look back. The phlegm's getting bad. I think I need to call it a night, suit. Just go to sleep. But I want to finish the rest of this. As for Ludwig, it's just really simple. You shouldn't be inviting alcoholics to an event with alcohol. And his excuse, well, I asked him if he was an alcoholic and he said he wasn't. Yeah, no shit, son. Everyone's gonna say, if anyone is gonna say they're an alcoholic if you ask them. Like 90% of alcoholics that are still actively drinking are going to say they're not alcoholics. It's just the dumbest thing. It's the stupidest excuse. But let's get Techstone's opinion on
honestly,
it.
I got no issue.
I didn't hear
with
the
that.
response.
But recently, I did a little bit of calling him out. I did.
It was well deserved.
Because the events that occurred on his stream made me a little bit sick. They made me a little bit upset, and it shook me to my core. And the reason why,
honestly, I was a little on the fence until I saw Techtone's previous video. And I guess it's been weird for me being isolated for a very long time now. But when I watched Tecto's video, I was like, yeah, that's right. These are his friends. His own friends did this to him. And then they threw him under the bus. And then I was like, I guess Tectone has a point. Now, I've always been like, it's Mango's fault. Because only one who can put that bottle to your mouth is yourself. Unless you're like strapped down in some weird bondage situation. They're force feeding it to you. But that's not what happened here.
It bothered me so much is due to the fact that I had that pre-existing respect for Ludwig, that pre-existing affinity for Ludwig.
Yeah.
I mean, I even used to steal the guy's thumbnails and titles. Absolutely, I 100% did. I used to consume his content all the time. I watched that whole damn subathon when he was sleeping in that race car bed. And I think a lot of people are currently disappointed in Ludwig's actions. And the fact that he won't take accountability for them is honestly quite disheartening.
I think that's the biggest thing. Like, if he had just said, you know what, you guys are right. I shouldn't have invited a known alcoholic. I don't think you would be getting any flack right now. Maybe he'd always be getting a little, because there's always going to be the haters. But I don't count that. If it's someone that's just saying shit because they're going to say negative shit on you regardless and whatsoever, then whatever. That's just a normal day on Twitch or a normal day on YouTube or whatever weird fucking corner of the internet you exist in. But when he's like coming up with these stupid excuses, well, I didn't know he was an alcoholic. I thought he was. He told me he wasn't an alcoholic. Bro, I don't even know the dude. I played 2 Smash tournaments, and I know enough of the Smash community to know that Mango is an alcoholic.
To show you the call out, the reason why I'm making this video, I was going to make
That's like his claim to fame.
Because I don't really consider Ludwig a threat to the streaming space like I do other people that I frequently make content on. I'm not a guy who wants drama with anybody and everybody. I never want to be that drama at all. I just want to correct the bully's behavior in this space, which is why I like calling out all of the problematic people, the people giving people false accusations, false allegations.
Okay, get to the point, Tectone. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep now.
Things are the people
I don't care about your fucking Hassan boner.
Ludwig was a very, very, very small man yesterday, so let's go ahead and talk about it. And I want to make this very clear.
I mean, I never got the impression that he was that big. If we went and looked at that video where it was like Ludwig and then like Fabio Ludwig, and we had like unkempt Ludwig, and we had bearded Ludwig. He was definitely the smallest of the Ludwig clones.
Yes, it is what it is. I want to let you know, I'm not sitting here talking about false accusations. I'm not sitting here talking about false allegations. I'm not doing anything speculative. What I am doing right now is I'm doing a thorough breakdown on objectively what you did that is on stream that is proven by your own actions. If you want to make a follow-up video shit talking me, you're more than welcome to. If you want to make a video talking about all of the horrible shit that everybody fucking does that's been pulled out of their ass, you're more than welcome to. You wanted to stay away from drama, and sure, I don't know if Hassan will approve of you making that video, but if you do get your daddy's permission, then sure, go ahead, you can do that. And that's a little bit of a joke. I know that probably pissed you off. But let's go ahead and get into this shit right now. So, last night...
The joke is because Hassan's asked him to take stuff out of a video before, and Ludwig has done it.
Ludwig goes live with C-Dog VA. He goes ahead and he says this.
Enable game chat. It's actually one of my greatest pleasures.
Now, I would like to pretense this with C-Dog VA is currently 1-3. They're losing very hard. The enemy is up 7 kills. They're both probably miserable as fuck. And as
yeah, I'm sure.
They're playing League of Legends.
Yeah, I was gonna say
like
they're playing League of Legends, so they're automatically miserable as fuck. This is miserable as fucking hell.
On suicide watch enough as it is. I don't know how much money you would have to pay me to play League of Legends on stream. Jesus Christ, haven't done that in years. But usually this is how you know someone has chronic clinical depression. Yeah, you can't hear it? Great. Let me pull up another clip then.
Enable game chat. It's actually one of my greatest pleasures that I get to die never having to speak to these people.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's like a Tectone video. I can die never watching one.
It sounds to me like somebody may or may not have watched my video. I know.
I don't know if he watched it. I don't know. I don't think he watched it. I think people told him about it.
No, Ludwig, the thing that's really a shame, and what I don't know if you'll actually believe me for, is that the original video was called Ludwig is a disgusting, filthy, lying rat. I, who have a conscience, just changed it to be Ludwig is a rat. And I think you'd agree after watching this video that me calling you what you are isn't an insult. I'm trying to make you aware of your own actions, not things that I've speculated upon, but things that you have actually done. Not 4 years ago, not 5 years ago, 2 days ago, to one of your closest friends. Now, you expressed that you'd rather kill yourself than watch one of my videos. Well, Ludwig, I have a feeling you sound a lot like somebody who's watched one of my videos. And by the way, if you're here watching my video right now, make sure to press like, comment, subscribe, and hit the bell for all notifications.
I forgot to do that for the last, I mean, I don't forget to like, but I forget to share it for you guys to like.
C-Dog being a bro, backing up his homie, who's clearly tilted. You know what's really funny, Lud? Trash Taste, C-Dog, VA, Joey, Giga, they actually invited me on Trash Taste way back in the day. Do you know that Joey used to watch my content on Arc Nights every single day? I actually have a lot of respect for the Trash Taste crew, but I do think it was funny that C-Dog said so true. Obviously cheering on a good old buddy in League of Legends. Some people want me to be angry at that, but I just won't.
Why would he be angry at that?
VA in real life, and I still like the guy a little bit, even if he was taking a little bit of shit talk at me. He hasn't really done anything fucked up, so I don't feel like the need to go in on him. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's keep going here. I don't really thrive for drama, and I hope that you believe me here. If I was, I would say, man, Ludwig and C-Dog VA, they really crossed the line, and now we're crashing out. Yeah, I'm just not really.
Okay, Keemstar. Techstar? That's his new name, Techstar.
This is me showing a man who has fucked
Keemtone?
up. 7 minutes in this video, we're gonna
That
get
just
even
sounds
more
gross. We're gonna go with Techstar.
It is.
Great. So you said that you would rather kill yourself than watch one of my videos, and that's not really cool to say. So let me tell you why you had this very small, very petty little boy behavior on your stream. And that is because
you're an egotistical little bitch that is mad that you got called out for turning your back on one of your best friends.
Again, you are skirting accountability, and you completely threw over one of your friends under the bus after you completely fucked over his life. And I mean this genuinely, Ludwig. You completely butt-fucked Mango's entire life.
He really did.
Make this very clear. Did Mango fuck up? Absolutely.
100%. Even more.
Of course he did. Everybody knows he did. And he is responsible for his own actions. Now.
But here's the thing. Let's put it into perspective this way, right? So you have an alcoholic, an addict, and you invite them to a place with alcohol as the party thrower. That's in many ways, not obviously anywhere near as severe, but it's very similar to being the principal of a school that invites a registered sex offender to come teach there, right? When you know someone has a problem with something, you don't put that in front of them. It's that simple.
A lot of you guys, and this is the reason why I'm making this video,
or you don't put them in a situation
say Ludwig
Where
is
they're
not
surrounded by it.
responsible for someone else's actions in his event. This is a good counter argument that a lot of people say. Because play devil's advocate. A lot of you guys.
That's not true. If you're the event thrower, you have at least a modicum of responsibility for everyone who shows up there invited. Now, if it's one of those things like when the Kick streamers went and crashed TwitchCon and stuff, yeah, like you're not responsible for people that are not welcome doing their thing. Like, if someone else is going to crash a wedding and they I don't know, steal some of the silverware, it's not really on the bride and groom that happened. That's on whoever crashed the wedding entirely. But if like you invite people and the best man steals the silverware, then it's a little bit on you. Like,
guys might think, well, that's Mango. It's not Ludwig's fault. He's not responsible for anybody else's actions. And for some people, you might agree. Some people might say no. Some people might say yes. Do you know who would disagree with that very take? Do you know who would disagree that
the government
you are not responsible for someone else's actions? Ludwig himself.
Uh-oh.
And
uh-oh. The only person responsible for someone's action is someone that did the action. If little Timmy sees a video of a guy eating a fuckload of Takis and faking domestic violence, and eats a fuckload of Takis and slaps his crush, Timmy is responsible, not the other guy. I just said that specific argument is weak. Fight someone else in the comments. How is it weak, bro? Nobody is responsible for what random idiots do, but the idiot that did it. The fact that you seem to think that you have this much pull and control over randos that roll up to a stream says more about ego than anything else. I think there's a lot of good arguments for not having responsibility.
This is why we're talking about this here today. The only person responsible for someone's actions is the someone that
Oh, he's
did
going to
the
read
action.
all of it too.
If little Timmy sees a video of a guy eating a fuckload of Takis and faking domestic violence and then eats a fuckload of Takis and slaps his crush, Timmy is responsible, not the other guy. I just said your argument is weak. Fight someone else in the comments. How is it weak, bro? Nobody is responsible for what random idiots do but the idiot that did it. The fact that you seem to think that you have this much pull and control over randos that roll up to a stream says more about ego than anything else, to which Ludwig responded, I think there's a lot of good arguments for not having responsibility. I just specifically think mentioning a 1 in 100,000 extreme case as proof of why that should be the case is weak. Weak argument equals weak stance. It's not weak, it's true. You aren't responsible for what randoms do unless you specifically say, hey, go do unshit in my name. Ludwig, you have actively fought people who said that you aren't responsible for someone else's actions. You believe that you are responsible for someone else's actions. By the way, this was in regards to chat policing. This was in place for community.
Yeah. I feel like as a content creator specifically, but just for any kind of event organizer, as the event organizer, you're responsible for anything that happens during the event. As an event organizer that's streaming it all over the world to make money, you're absolutely responsible for everything that happens during the event. Now, I think the worst part is that he just refuses to acknowledge his complicit complacency. I was struggling to figure out which one of those words to use there, and then I was like, you know what, why not just fuck with both of them? They kind of work together. It should have never happened.
Community policing, saying that a streamer is in control of their chat and a streamer is in control of their community and they should dictate what that chat and community should do. So if you believe a streamer is in charge of their chat, randoms on the internet, why the fuck do you think you're not responsible for taking care of one of your best friends in a weakened state around alcohol that you know is his vice?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I heard about that. The Latina guy that acts like fake trans is a rage baiter, just got arrested for filming a video in the men's bathroom. That third video on the right, the guy is using LGBT as clout. They've been doing that for like 10 years now, which is the problem. It was a great movement at first. Let's see. When did gay marriage become legal in the U.S.? 2015. So yeah, 10 years. They've been doing it for about 10 years now. Because after they won what they were fighting for, what happened was most of like the OG homosexuals and gays and trans, they put up the boots. You know, they went back to work, back to life. They were like, okay, cool, we got what we wanted. We just wanted to be like treated as everyone else. We wanted the right to marry the people we love, and we have it. Cool, let's go back to do our thing. And then like all the grifters that became popular, that had an identity, that made money, that got attention because of that, they were the only ones left. So the movement became a just a vehicle for clout grabbing and attention. And I hope they absolutely throw the book at that person, because as far as I understood, it was done in a Disney bathroom, which I think is fucking insane. Also, I think it was done in a Florida Disney bathroom, which that's probably the dumbest place to do it, because I'm pretty sure Florida laws. Okay, let's see. Florida laws on bathrooms. So this is AI. Take it with a, let's just fucking get rid of it. We don't need to take it with a grain of salt. We can just, here we go. Wikipedia is barely better. Facility requirements based on Sex Act. It's the 2023 Florida Anti-Trans Bathroom Law, which mandates that individuals must use bathrooms, locker rooms, and changing facilities that correspond to their sex assigned at birth at some public, private, and state licensed facilities. It is one of 2 states to make it a misdemeanor in certain circumstances for transgender people to use bathrooms or facilities consistent with their gender identity. It's the most popular state in the United States with a bathroom law. The law has generated significant controversy and legal challenges. So, if they actually did it in the Florida, let's see, which one was it? Lily Tino arrest. Yeah, it was Florida. I feel like they probably chose that one specifically because they are, I don't know what pronouns they prefer, so I'm just using the general ones. I'm sure whichever ones I pick, they'll say it's the wrong ones. So they probably chose Florida Disney World specifically because, like, literally the only worst place they could have done that video was like in a preschool bathroom, right? There is literally no worse place they could have gone to record that video that's open to the public. So I'm sure they targeted they posted that video there in Florida Disneyland on purpose, knowing the backlash would be huge, that they would go viral, and then they'd get arrested, and now they're trying to play the victim. It's all fucking bullshit.
Suffering alcoholic in a public on display format in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Ludwig, if you had a
It's absolutely
fucking
insane.
spine, you would understand that you fucked up bringing Mango into that situation. You need to wake the up. Because if you are going to say that a streamer is in charge of their chat, yes, the streamer host should be fucking taking care of the people in their community. Ludwig, you invited a known alcoholic of 10 years to an alcohol abusing festival, and you cheered for this.
It's not even a secret.
Redvus?
Yeah, this is insane. So this gets absolutely insane. Do you know what the lethal alcohol limit in your blood is? It's like 0.4, I'm pretty sure. What is the lethal limit of alcohol? Yeah, 0.4. Once you get around 0.4, you're starting to experience serious issues, right? That said, as low as 0.3. And we're going to go with the AI on that one because it was just confirming something I already knew from my history as a firefighter and EMT. It's just been many years since I served in that capacity, so I wanted to make sure the brain wasn't entirely rotten up there. But yeah, so the legal limit is 0.08. The lethal limit, where it's going to start killing people, is around 0.4.
Losing festival, and you cheered for this. Redvus?
So apparently,
you cheered for a alcoholic blowing a 0.32. You need to see this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a 0.32 is the level where they're taking you to the hospital and pumping your stomach, right? Because it could kill you. You see here, 0.3 to 0.4, alcohol poisoning, loss of consciousness. Now, it is worth noting that people that abuse a drug generate a tolerance for it. For example, a heroin addict is going to be able to take a lot more heroin without overdosing than someone who's never done heroin before. And the same goes for alcohol or most things like that. The only thing I don't know of like that is dust off. I don't know if there's anything in the kit I have, but you know the PC air dusters, some of those have a propellant. I don't know what it is. I probably need to get the specific type to make sure you get the right one. But there's a propellant in some of those PC air dusters that will get you high. It's also got like a 50% chance it just kills you. I don't know if it's actually 50-50, but it's one of those things where you literally either get high or you die, and people still do it anyways. But then you have stuff like this where it's just... I don't even understand why people like alcohol that much. The hangovers are just a massive no bueno for me.
The legal limit in America is a 0.08.
Mm-hmm.
Ludwig, he was 4 times over that. in the 0.3 to 0.4 zone of alcohol poisoning and loss of consciousness. Once he got to a 0.32, you say, and I quote, let's get those numbers up. At 0.4, he was at 0.32. At 0.4, it is potentially fatal, risk of coma and death.
This is the part where it became absolutely irresponsible. I've never seen anything like this before, where people are using a blood alcohol monitor for the opposite use. You know, I'm not surprised in the least bit. I am surprised I haven't seen it before this. I guess they did it last year too, so I guess I'm just living under a rock. But the fact that you like literally take a what the fuck it's PBA, portable blood alcohol test. I think they call them. The fact that you literally take one of those and use it as a joke when it's supposed to keep people safe, and you're using it as a joke to put people in danger, that's so fucked up and irresponsible.
Alcohol poisoning, loss of consciousness, altered mood, reduced reaction time, slurred speech, slowed thinking, nausea, vomiting, loss of balance. This isn't drama, Ludwig. This is you putting streamers' lives at risk for content. He blacked the fuck out. Even his tweets show he has no idea what the fuck happened. He doesn't even remember the night's events. He doesn't even remember doing anything. He was that fucked up, and you encourage that. Now, some people are saying that he got to a 0.37 later in the party. I cannot verify that.
That's insane. 0.37.
I'm not going to go in on what people are accusing you of. I am only going to talk about what is in front of me. And you putting someone else's life at risk is not good, especially someone who you considered one of your best friends. And here's the worst thing, Ludwig. You can't act like you didn't fucking know. And the reason why you can't act that way is because multiple streamers warned you to not.
I think this is the clip I was talking about earlier, where Ray specifically says, is that like a good idea for him to be here? Or something like that. They gave me so much. Yeah, there's the clip. Valkyria was nice to Mango. Gave me so much respect for her.
Fucking invite him.
Mango was saying that shit earlier.
Mango's been practicing drinking beer for a week.
Okay, Mango is like an alcoholic. Mango can drink 30 beers.
You said
you literally said
Mango is an
alcoholic. You literally said it. It's so frustrating.
An alcoholic to a beer drinking party. A recovering alcoholic to drink. For some recovering alcoholics, the safe course remains complete abstention, avoiding not just the chemical, but also the psychological triggers associated with alcohol consumption. Well, there we go. That's what Google thinks. Yeah, Ludwig, we shouldn't invite a fucking alcoholic with a known alcohol issue to a beer drinking party. You invited this person personally. And it's like, dude, I literally feel like I'm talking to a child right now. Like, I hate how in big 2025, you're 29 years old. We're pretty much the same age.
Damn, I thought it was younger than that, but still.
On the internet, I'm dead in the dirt, and you still got 1 year left to live.
How's he?
Once you're 30, then you're fucking dead. That's just how the fuck.
How's he look like that when he's 29?
This is the thing that I don't understand.
What's his skin care? I don't know what routine. That's what the word I was looking for. Can I have his hair?
I don't know how someone is this bitter at me due to the fact that I said, "Hey, man, don't invite your recovering alcoholic buddy to a beer drinking party."
I legit thought he was like 25 or something.
Encourage him at a point
it makes
to drink more, getting him to a.
It makes more sense to see this behavior at like 23, 24, 25. The fact that Ludwig is 29 just makes it so much worse.
A near fatal level of alcoholism. And then when he does things he doesn't remember, then you throw him underneath the bus. Guys, is now permanently banned on Twitch. He's been removed from C9 which he was like one of the original members.
Yeah.
As well as there was one other thing, and now he's banned from all future Ludwig events, meaning after the severe hit in his career, there is no way for him to have a bounce back.
And act the same he does off no beers. He's a machine of a man.
He said he had 7 beers already today.
If you ask him how many beers he's had lifetime, it's probably above 10,000. He's the
See, isn't this event enabling him?
And when someone looks at you like this,
Yeah.
with a concern look like this, isn't this event enabling him? What did you respond with?
He's a two-time champion. He's never lost.
You completely skirt the question and you say, well, he's the 2-time champion. Yeah, I would imagine an
Of course,
alcoholic
yeah.
is the champion of an
Who's gonna be the
alcohol party.
best
Yes. Now let's keep
at
going.
alcoholism? I wonder.
Maybe you didn't.
I wonder who's gonna be the best at a Diddy party. I wonder who's gonna be the best at an alcoholic party.
No, maybe you didn't know what his actions were. Maybe you didn't see him getting crazy. Maybe you didn't see him going over the edge. Maybe you didn't see a weird part of him being unlocked and party on 4K on thousands of people's streams. Maybe you just didn't see. And this is why you're
Maybe
mad,
you didn't see it.
Oh, let's watch
Well,
this
oh wait, never mind. He did. He was like one of the first people to see it apparently.
His eyes are glazed over. His speech is slurred.
He
He's in
can't
an
stand
environment where
straight.
shirts are off because you thought of a great idea that it should be shirts versus skins. He's immediately trying to touch women. You push him away.
Thank you, Lud.
He comes closer. You know he's being weird.
I got second.
It's right in front of you. You know he's being weird.
What the hell is that?
Right?
Borderlands spawns are actually good.
He's still being fucking weird.
It was fun. I was loving it. I love Borderlands 4. But this was the best day ever.
You push him away again. You then try to block him off from Extra Emily. You know very well that he is completely far gone. You know very well he's being weird as fuck.
I only saw like the one last part of that before. That clip's watched the whole. I didn't know it went on that long. I thought it was just once. I thought he like walked over once and he pushed him away. Dude came back 3 times.
Very
That's
well.
fucked up.
He's smacking on bitches' heads. You know he's gone. You know he's blazed. You know he's over the limit. What you should have done, and it's very obvious, and I hate saying this, and you're the one who said that you should be responsible for your own community. If you did not say that, this video would not be being made. I would say, okay, Ludwig doesn't give a fuck. Clearly, you are trying to give the illusion that you give a fuck. With Hassan saying, and I quote, Ludwig calculates the most friendly, non-offensive takes of all time. Well, in this non-offensive take where you said that everybody was responsible for their Twitch
I actually heard that in Hassan's voice when he said that. And I don't know if Hassan actually said that because it's Tectone saying that Hassan said that. I wouldn't be surprised if he did say that. And it's also absolutely true. Ludwig just has this whole thing where he's trying never to offend anyone, which is why I feel like he threw Mango under the bus so readily, because he felt like inviting Mango to the party only to have him sexually harass women when he got too drunk was definitely going to offend people. So instead of like sticking by his friend, or at least at the very least saying like, hey, he made a mistake. I made a mistake for creating a situation that happened. He was like, no, you know what? Fuck that guy. I'm just going to ban him from everything. It's entirely his fault. I had nothing to do with it. The buck stops here, Lud bitch.
Twitch chat and community, you need to be responsible for what happens at your parties. You know he was being weird. You chose to keep him on the stream because he's the 2-time champion. You need him for content. You need him for views. You need him to make this event epic. And he was being weird as shit. You couldn't have.
That's like the worst part of it too. My brain wasn't even going that far thinking about it, But it's like all the streamer bullshit, right? It's like, I don't like the camera there anymore. It keeps hiding behind the mic. We're going to have to fix the background more again. But I keep ending up behind the mic. So we're putting that over there now. Maybe, shit. I don't like that you can like see the, whatever. We'll do. Okay, that's not that bad actually. That's pretty good. It looks way too bright still. I need to figure out why it's so bright like that. What happened to make it so bright? But hey, it works. All right, but the fact that it just amplifies it, right? It's like if this wasn't a streamer event, two questions. One, would he have still kept it going? Or would he have cut him off at some point and been like, bro, you're just too handsy. We got to call it. And two, would he have gotten canceled for it, right? And I don't mean that as in like, would they have reported it and like the internet canceled him and stuff, because the answer is probably no, almost certainly not, because the internet wouldn't have seen it. And even though there are, okay, we're just getting too complex with that. The answer is basically no for that one. But the other side of it is like within the friend group, would he have been like canceled and ostracized from the friend group from doing this if it didn't become internet drama because they're all streamers?
You're too fucked up. Called him an Uber and got him out of there.
Yes.
You kept him live on
You
this
should
shit.
have done
You
that.
know he was being weird the entire fucking time. And his life is now completely fucking ruined. Now, obviously, I know there's some things that happened with your dad. I'm not going to bring those up. There's a lot of people who want me to bring those up, and you know what I'm going to say, and I'm not going to say it because I don't feel like crossing that boundary. But if anybody should know the effect of alcoholism, it should be you. You should know damn well how bad that is. And it's a shame, rather than showing any remorse, you say, fuck Mango, he's never invited, he fucked up by himself, nobody else played into that. You set bro up for disaster, and you know he did. You know you did. You took an alcoholic, you brought it to your party, you were warned to not do this. You were questioned, hey, isn't this enabling him? Your other friend said, hey, the amount of alcohol he's drinking is very dangerous, we should stop. You say, no, we need to get those numbers up. You get him to a 0.32, blackout levels of alcoholism. He acts weird. You see him being weird. You don't step in. You don't remove him. You let him continue when he doesn't know what's going on, and now his life is ruined forever. You could have apologized. You could have maybe helped him get into an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, though judging by your actions, you most likely would bring a kegger to an Alcohol Anonymous meeting. You set him up to fail. You ruined his life.
It's not funny. I shouldn't laugh at that.
And while I agree, Mango did fuck up, and I absolutely agree, he is responsible for his own actions.
Yes,
you
100%.
are responsible for bringing your friend into this incredibly dangerous environment. You are. And you can be upset at me. And the reality is, like, if you are upset at me, you want to know why that is? Because you're not actually upset at me. You're upset at yourself. You know I have not misconstrued anything. You know I don't have an agenda against you. I have no pre-existing hatred for you whatsoever. In fact, I've been told by a lot of my friends, old friends, that I should hate you, and I don't. But I think displaying this level of childishness and this...
It's so childish. I didn't even realize he was 29. I thought it was like 24.
Friends is disgusting, and I hate this world of streaming that we live in, where we're willing to throw anybody under the bus if it means saving our own skin. You couldn't even take a little bit. You couldn't even take a little bit of bad PR to ease it up on him even a little bit. You said, nah, fuck him. It's all his fault. I can't believe he did that. You said, oh man, disgusting. I don't condone that. Oh, pathetic. Not me. You couldn't have said, man, I feel horrible. Mango was my friend. I knew he was struggling with alcoholism, but I invited him anyways. I was warned, I didn't listen. People warned me again, I didn't listen. I fed into his weakness, I fed into his vices, and he fucked up, and I hate the fact that I put him in that position. You didn't say that. You couldn't take any heat off of that. You let him fry and die by himself, and now his life is over. And once again, am I a big...
So, Hey Daddy 3 has kind of a point here. It's a point I was making earlier. Drinking too much isn't the problem, except for your own health. I mean, well, there's lots of problems for drinking too much. Lots and lots of problems. But, so, not necessarily going to agree with the word they said there. They're making it seem like the only problem with drinking too much is like it has some negative health effects, but there's all kinds of problems. But the one point that I want to say is it's like it's not just that he was drinking too much, it was his actions, and the alcohol didn't cause those actions. The actions came from him. The alcohol just lowered the inhibitions to allow them to happen. I don't know if he's actually a sexual harasser, though, or if he's just one of those kind of friendly, handsy people when they get drunk. You know? I feel like anyone that's been partying a bit in their life or went out to bars knows one of those people. They get like 3 beers and all of a sudden they're like hugging everyone, kissing them on the cheek, touching their hair. It could just be it's not even a sexual thing, it's just a connection thing, you know? So maybe that's what was going on, but it's important to keep in mind that one, this was like a live stream event, so everyone's gonna have a different perspective on that type of stuff. Two, this was like, as far as I can tell, I'm certain not a super close group of friends, because like Valkyrie, I guess like among others, was like, hey, didn't really know the guy, so it's different if you're like, oh yeah, that's just Matt, he's harmless. But if you don't know who it is, and some guys touching you, touching your hair, humping the air next to you, it's not just dumb frat boy jokes anymore. Then it becomes sexual harassment.
C9 Mango fan? No, I don't even know the guy. I know he plays Smash. Maybe I watched a couple clips. Is he one of the guys in the Wombo combo clip? I don't fucking know. I'm just calling a spade a spade. And I really just think, and guys, this goes for all streamer parties. If you're recording yourself on a streamer party and you're getting alcohol involved, that shit's gay as fuck.
Yeah.
It is. I've been to a couple. I'll never go again. And if I do end up going to one in the future, I bet your ass I will be sober as fuck, making sure that the people there are okay and actually trying to help people if they're making an ass out of themselves rather than enabling it and letting them destroy their lives.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
That's the craziest thing, is that it was a streamer party.
Absolutely disgusting.
So it's like,
I think it's been handled with, to be honest, a disgusting amount of negligence. Disgusting amount
to involve alcohol at all.
And I'm seeing deflecting and misconstruing, and I'm not
hit or miss.
Anybody,
you know, I got mixed feelings on that one. But to
and yes, once again,
involve alcohol
Mango absolutely
on that level
as well. But Ludwig, so did you.
When someone is blowing .3s
because you want to know why
already,
calling you out?
And you're like, we need to get your numbers up, bro.
They know if they hold you accountable for your
That's when you're like, nah, we need to cut you off before you ruin your career, because this is literally it's a work party, you know?
Don't actually give a fuck about you. They only care about what you can do for them.
It's a work party.
All this shit
you don't
It's a shame.
You're not supposed to go
I think the
hard at
streaming
work
space
parties the
is
same way
already
you do with your
disgusting.
bros
And to be
back
honest,
back
I think
in
it got a
town.
little bit more disgusting over the past couple days. Let's take some accountability, guys. Let's try to be good friends in a space full.
Wait, Cinna. Someone said Cinna has Ludwig's back. I think. Where'd that go? Check out her response. Okay. I just want to see that. The Cinna's. The fact that. No, I didn't. If I wanted that, I would have searched for that. We'll just do Cinna Mango. Why do people want to know Cinna's real name so much? That's creepy. Mango's disappointing response? Oh, you better not. Mango's disappointing response. That's old. All right. So let's check these real quick. Hey, waking up and saying I was a drunk dumbass. Don't like using the drunk excuse because it's childish, but in the moment I think everyone is drunk as me. And that's usually not the case. I'll privately apologize to anyone I made it. That's not the only response. He made a lot more responses. Let's see what Red has to say. Mango got too comfortable with a group of people he doesn't know well. Yep. That's precisely what I was saying, right? I was like, if you're like with the bros, if you're like hanging out with your OG crew, you can probably get away with humping a toad behind someone's head and no one's gonna give a fuck, except for maybe they might like take a video of it and never let you live it down, right? In the Smash scene, when he parties hard, he's fucking around with people he's known for years. He should have been more careful around a group of people he's barely been around. And I'm sure going forward, this will not happen again. I'm sure it won't because his fucking life is over. Let him talk it out with the people he committed offensive contact against. Let them sort it out. I'm sure Lud will make a statement as well. Slime's response pretty much summed up the whole ideal. I don't know if the woman he offended will forgive him. Mango was literally Tim Robinson in the movie Friendship. I didn't see that. Hey, spoilers. I haven't seen it yet, but it's Tim Robinson. I don't think it's quite a spoiler. It's an inside joke from the movie. Damn, that's actually really funny. Fuck. Sorry to be that guy, but actually this thread is a non-spoiler zone. No, Tim Rob. What was Slime's response? Yeah, I want to know that. I'm glad this thread is more reasonable than the Helen Lovejoy. What? Yeah. Thank you. While he 200,000% fucked up, he's a dumb drunk, not a sex pest. Yeah. And I think, wow, fucking idiots. I think anyone that thinks he is, probably projecting a little bit, you know? If he follows through with the private apology is better than, so the public apology is only necessary because he's a public figure, right? Private apologies are always best. If someone's making you apologize in public, unless the action was done in public and you're apologizing to that specific public, then get the fuck away from them real fast, because that's some abusive narcissist shit. All right. So let's see what else. The other Mango apology. Does this have the other one? Locked post. New comments cannot be posted. Or is this just the original? Yeah. Yeah. Like, I feel like this person says the long of short of it. We said this several times already, but let's just wrap it up once. Top liked response here. You're not a teenager, dude. You clearly can't handle your alcohol. I wouldn't. It's not that part. Yeah, I think he handles it too well is the problem. But I like the overall statement. You know, get rid of that part, and I agree with everything else. You're not a teenager, dude. So either figure out a way to stop drinking, or don't go to these events if this is how you're gonna be. Pretty crazy. Even my back, I was plastered. I still ask women. Well, fucking stop virtue signaling, dude. Like, okay, I said a similar thing, but I didn't go on here and like post Twitter, and it's just like, bro, like, alcohol affects everyone differently. Zarly, I'm good to know you're such a perfect person that has no flaws and has never done anything wrong or committed any sins, so you can throw stones at Mango. Awesome. I can't wait to have you on my team, Zarly. Maybe it's time to ditch the alcohol. Agreed. You were not just a drunk dumbass. You were grinding your crotch on women who were clearly not okay with it. It was very cringe, but it was like absolutely par for the course for stupid Super Smash Brothers type shit. The newest thread is this one. I kind of feel bad for the position he put Ludwig and kind of Melee as a whole here. This was Ludwig's event, right? It was, but Ludwig didn't act with it. Ludwig's friend from the Smash community started being weird around his other friends who happened to be women. Not a good look for these two. Also, these two girls he was messing with looked extremely uncomfortable. Hopefully, he really does give them. Yeah, the dry hump and stuff was really, really, really pushing the limit there. I've been in this exact situation, friend from one social circle creeping on girls from another, and I had to ultimately cut ties with that friend. It's an extremely shitty situation to be in. You have to take responsibility for inviting the shitty behavior in, and after confronting the shitty behavior, it feels like you're weird, bad terms with your friends, both the shithead and those upset subject to scrippies, even if that's not actually the case, not fun. But the difference between you, stepdad, and Ludwig is that you took responsibility. Ludwig hasn't. Yeah, I saw some of the clips without seeing them. That's definitely not okay, drunk or not. Apologizing to people is directly, yeah. Yeah, I definitely think he needs to go sober again. Unfortunately, I think it's a little too late for that. It was sad watching him stray further and further from the wagon after all that time spent saying how much better he feels when he doesn't drink. Shame. Dang, how long was he mostly sober for? I'm really not sure. I'm not sure if it was ever fully sober either. It was definitely a few months at least where he was very heavily cut back on his drinking. If I recall, he wasn't drinking at all. Still took edibles. So when he started drinking lightly on weekends and heavily on weekends, it just snowballed back into his own days. Yeah, people said he had cleaned up his act for a while and he wasn't drinking. I don't think he ever went back after the last Drunk December. Yeah, when he started talking about Drunk December, I knew he was done. Some Bam Margera shit. I don't know if it's, but I can see the whatchamacallit. It's a decent analogy, I guess. Just not as extreme. Definitely do another sober streak. I think at some point it needs to be held legitimately accountable. Like, none of these people are talking about holding Ludwig accountable, which I think I can understand, but at the same time, it's like Ludwig locked to consolidate. Please use the more recent one here. They have more and more recent threads. Super Smash Brothers losing their shit over this. All right, this is the most recent one. People are going to apology nitpick, but taking full responsibility and talking about taking real steps towards recovery is all I want here. Making several statements like this, continually taking. Someone got. I might be able to. Well, let me go through this. What is the possibility to critique? I'm genuinely asking what more people want. I don't know. I've never liked Mango, but I never thought that. But I thought that was a good apology. Only thing now is if he actually follows through on it. I might be able to answer, but anybody reading this understand I'm not trying to downplay his words. I think it was very real, not looking for anything more. I'll admit starting to side-eye at the mom and grandmother comments. I don't think it's fake, and it's good for him to speak his genuine thoughts, but as someone who's been burned by creators before, I think a lot of us are unfortunately trained to look for manipulation and any unnecessary draws to sympathy to make me start to pull back when they feel unconnected to the focus. Again, I believe his words. I'm not trying to downplay his emotions, but you were genuinely asking, and I'm not even sure what that guy was talking about. I don't know why I read that whole thing. I guess this is his full apology. Yeah. So this is the full Mango apology, and I think he was talking about a statement in here about his mom and grandma. This is the part I read that I was like, he did a larger apology that I thought was pretty good. And this is the one. We'll read the whole thing out loud. I want to start by being real about what happened. I made multiple people feel uncomfortable while drunk at burial cart. It just comes right out and says it. Like, this is one of the best apologies I've ever seen from a content creator, if we're being completely honest. There's no excuse. It was messed up. I hurt people and I crossed the line. I take full responsibility for it. I've already reached out to the people involved to try to make things right. I also let down my family and close friends. I want to apologize to my son. I know this is something he'll have to carry. Joseph, if you ever see this, I'm sorry. I'm going to be better for both of us. When I talked to my mom about everything, I said I was glad my grandma wasn't around to see this. She passed away recently, and I hadn't said anything publicly. But saying that out loud to my mom just broke me. I started crying, and I don't think I've done that with her since I was a kid. What hit me hardest was realizing I never took my grandma to see the people. I never took my grandma to see the Pope like I always said I would. I kept putting it off to drink or go to events, and now I can't. That fucking sucks. The regret is going to stay with me. After reflecting the worst moments of my life, I see a pattern. Alcohol has always been involved. Alcohol is often involved in the worst moments of just about everyone's life. There's it doesn't have really many redeeming qualities. I understand that my words mean nothing right now, except it's really good at cleaning my glasses. I have so many alcohol. This is the only alcohol I use consistently. I have these lens wipes. I understand that my words mean nothing right now, and alcohol excuses 0% of my actions, but I promise I'm going to beat this and show you that I can be a greater man without the influence of alcohol. I know my grandma is looking down and rooting for me. Next, I don't want anyone to defend me for my actions. I was in the wrong 100%, and there's no one to blame but myself. I crossed lines, boundaries, and no matter the circumstances, once you make someone else uncomfortable, even if you think what you're doing isn't that bad at the moment, lines get crossed and it's just over. It's on me and not anyone else. I'm sorry to everyone I hurt in this process, including everyone watching and the Melee community. Since all this happened, I've talked to a lot of people. This letter is mostly for them. I lost my C9 family, people I've known for years, people I care about. The phone call with Jack hit hard. I felt like I let down someone who was like a second dad to me. I still don't really know how to think about it. As for the ban, I support it. I've always wanted what's best for Melee. He was banned from most, if not all, Melee tournaments, all the major ones at least. If I never get to come back, I'll accept that. What matters most now is fixing what I can and make sure I never become that person again. Trust takes time, and some people might never want me around again. I respect that fully. My next step is to focus on real recovery. I've already started researching rehab and will be checking into one when I find the right fit. My relationship with alcohol was always a problem, and I just kind of made it my thing, so it was easy to brush a lot of the behavior in my comments off. That lifestyle has caught up to me, and I need to make a change for the better. And the only way to do that is to move forward and accept that I need to leave the person who I was behind. For the near future, I'm going to take a step back from streaming and social media. Hopefully, next time you see me, things are better no matter how long it takes. Thank you, Mango. It's really unfortunate, really sad, but at least he is taking accountability for his actions. He, unlike Ludwig, who refuses to acknowledge that he had anything to do with it, even though he was the fucking organizer of the event, and he was the guy who was telling Ludwig to keep getting drunk. Once he was already at point 3. I feel like this isn't what I wanted. I thought it had the, oh, is this it? No. This is just random Cinna stuff. Who's Agent? I don't know who the fuck Agent is. During Ludwig's... Dude, that comment is way too long. I'm not reading all that shit. Alright. Okay. This is from... Okay, so there's an Asmongold vid. There's a Hassan... Oh, shit. Alright. Last one.
Welcome back to a series so smart, Harvard added it to the curriculum.
This is something else,
video,
right?
Ludwig is in massive trouble. Tectone has just revealed some old tweets that absolutely expose Ludwig. Asmongold has responded. Lots of updates to the Emiru situation where people were harassing her for saying stealing content is wrong. One of those people has been exposed.
We're not going to watch this yet because... I want to know about this situation. Apparently, people are like attacking Emmy because she said... So someone asked... This is everything I know about it so far. Someone asked her about the Hassan Piker Orbiter situation and Ethan Klein, where Ethan Klein is suing a bunch of the Hassan ankle biters because they watched his video on their stream, his content nuke, so that their streams could watch his video without giving him views, and very straight up effectively stole his content, abusing the copyright system. So he's launched lawsuits against I think Denims, Frogan, and the guy who nobody knows who he is. I don't remember his name. Black Sean or something like that. I don't know if that's the only one, but yeah, the only 3, but there's been a wave of lawsuits that went out. So like when people asked, she said something like, well, I don't really know Ethan or Hassan or any of those people that well, but I think like stealing content is wrong. So yeah, it was like the most Emmy take ever. She was like, can I just get back to playing video games? Like, stealing people's content is wrong, obviously. Can I get back to playing video games? I don't know if that's exactly how it went down, but I did watch her original response to that comment or whatever, and then people started being like, oh, because she said stealing content is wrong, that means she's obviously anti-Hassan, not just anti-theft. She's anti-Hassan and all his friends, and pro-Israel, and she's a rapist and a murderer and all these things, a Zionist, as they say. It's just like, they just, Emmy of all people. Like, I feel like of all the female streamers I can think of, I was going to say all the streamers, and I was going to say especially the female streamers. I'm just tired and my brain's shutting down. Like, I'm pretty sure Emmy is like objectively the least objectionable of all of them, as far as the large ones go. You know, like, I can't think of a single actual Emmy controversy that had anything to do with her. The only time I've seen any negative press regarding Emmy at all was the one time she, Cinna, and Ray were stalked by some creepy Asian dude on the boardwalk. Other than that, I think it was the boardwalk. It was like a open fair area type thing. Other than that, like, she just plays Dark Souls badly. No, I'm kidding. She did all right, as far as I understand. She's probably better than me. I haven't played a Souls-like since Star Wars Fallen Order. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm struggling to organize my thoughts. I will be live again this week, but I'm not sure when. Guaranteed live on Sunday. So right now, now that I'm like out of the void, basically, I should be fully out of it tomorrow or damn near close to it. Definitely fully out of it by the end of the week. But there's going to be slight adjustments. I'm not going to be streaming as much, but only temporarily. I really want to get a lot of the renovation around the house done. So I've had this thing where for this entire year, my plan has been just to go live every day on my live days and stream as much as I can and get as much done as I can before I start the stream. And my number one goal has been to go live consistently. And it worked for a while, but it kind of burnt me out a little bit. And I just constantly felt stressed, and I never felt like I had any time. Now being on the other side of the void now, I could see that was all shit that I was doing to myself. Because, like, literally, I'm so lucky. I have very few outside obligations. I basically could just sit here and work on the house and make content for you guys. And all the stress I have, I've been creating for myself. Not all of it. It was 50% of it. And if 50% of my stress were gone, that would be huge. So I am for... What I will say is the plan right now is to, throughout the week, do the things I need to do to bring back the Sunday stream this Sunday. We have a distinct plan to finally go back to the Sunday just chatting and philosophy streams this Sunday. Throughout the week, I am going to focus on getting prepared for that. And then hopefully by the end of the month, I'll have finished a lot of the back-end work I'm working on around here and be able to go live more consistently besides Sunday. But until that point, we're going to be streaming much more casually than we have recently. I'm still probably going to stream at least 3 days a week, but it's also less likely that I'm going to be doing gaming and probably be doing shorter streams. Today was kind of a bit of a longer stream than most of these shorter streams are going to be, but that's mostly just because it was the first one back from the void, and I wanted to chill with you guys for a bit. So I gotta finish painting the basement. I don't really need to do the wood floors yet, but the big thing for me is there's some yard work that I want to do. I need to like pull weeds. I need to see if I have Roundup. If not, I need to see if I can afford Roundup, and if not, I need to... Can I make... Do we have Roundup at home? $3 DIY weed killer beats Roundup naturally. See, this is the type of shit I need. Why pay $30 for Roundup when you can pay $3 for shit that you found under your sink? You can buy one at Harbor Freight for 20 bucks. Propane blowtorch. Oh, I didn't even see that. They hook up to the propane tank you have for your grill. You have to only do it once a month for the first season that you do it. Then every other season only twice a year. Worked great on the creeping vines on the side of my house. Killed the weeds. Now I have a new house. That second part got me. I have a new house. Oh, make sure someone has a hose nearby while you're doing that. Yep. BIL. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Had to be visited by the fire department to do this. You must live in a different climate with different weeds. In my region, burning the weeds will kill them. Then a different set will grow back a few weeks later. Right? Destroying emerged growth. Torch vinegar doesn't kill the roots in a lot of cases. You can exhaust weeds to the point of root death by doing it repeatedly. Or glyphosate them once. It's okay to do. I'm pretty sure that is one of the things of Roundup, one of the chemicals of Roundup. Roundown. It's the opposite of Roundup, or the alternative to Roundup. Strong vinegar, apparently. You need more PPE for 30% vinegar than glyphosate. If I had to choose one to have on my skin or on my eyes, it'd be the glyphosate. Just learned this today, and that's a wild idea, but consistent with everything I've read. You can dilute the 30% vinegar sixfold, though, to get grocery store concentrations that will work. But I question how environmental making and distributing all that vinegar really is. I was using a gallon a week to keep the weeds back. That's a ton of environmental impact to produce so much vinegar. A bottle of Roundup will last me a season pretty easily, as the weeds just don't come back. I'm always looking for environmental alternatives, but sometimes it's so great the products don't work well. That's crazy. Vinegar is more dangerous than Roundup. Okay. I don't know if I have Roundup. I do have a Home Depot nearby. How much is 20% vinegar? I have like 6% vinegar. 30% vinegar is 20 bucks. It's cleaning vinegar. It's 50%. Okay, these are all over. It's best match. Low to high. Let's just get the cheapest one. It's literally all vinegar. None of these are vinegar. Bro. Home Depot has gone downhill so much. Okay. Is this the one we were looking for? $2 for 4 ounces. It doesn't say the percentage. It won't tell us the percentage. I don't trust it. Okay, and now the website is going really slow. That's bleach, not vinegar. Can I? Oh my God. Can we get some vinegar, please? Like, it did search vinegar. Yeah, why is it showing me everything but vinegar? There we go. Vinegar gel. I don't think that's going to work for the weeds, though. It doesn't say what percentage either. All right. I'm exhausted. I'm going to figure out how to deal with the weeds tomorrow. Although by the time I wake up, it might be too late to do anything about them. But anyways, I am too tired to worry about finding a raid tonight. And I don't know. I just don't want to. I'm probably going to like miss out on the most important raid of my life because that's just the way it goes. But no, I'm kidding. What I've actually learned is you need to trust in God's timing, and God will provide. You know, I found that's I'm my big thing this new phase of my life is to stop obsessing over time and just trust in God's timing. So I'm gonna stop obsessing over not even like time, but what ifs, like probabilities. Just let God lead my heart. And right now, my heart just wants to end stream and go to bed. So I'm going to see you guys sometime this week. If not before Sunday, I'll see you Sunday. And hopefully I have everything properly set back up again to do the weekly Sunday philosophy and mental health chat like we used to. I should... The robe is clean, but I should go clean it again just to be absolutely certain, because it's been forever since I wore it. All right. I am tired. I'm going to bed. Peace. I love you all. Be safe. Look after your friends. Don't Ludwig them.